Hello, good morning once again. Namaste. Hope you had a very good sleep. Is it? Okay, let's start for today's panel. So my sister, a very active moderator, Asna will be conducting Sadiksha will conducting today's session. So before that, I just request any of you, if you wanted to speak few words about yesterday's program, how did you like, is there any feedback for the event or session, or I just wanted to hear about the yesterday's evening program. So how did you feel about that? Do you wanted to speak? Anyone wanted to speak? Come over here and speak few words on your experiences about yesterday. Please raise your hands who want to speak here. No one? Where is Johnny? Actually, Johnny White, he learned a Nepali dance yesterday. He does very well. So we need to ask him. He's not here, no? He's not here? Johnny is not here. Okay. So no one wanted to speak over here, so I just wanted to hand over the mic to my staff, Saniksha. Okay, Saniksha, over to you.
Is there anyone who would like to share their thoughts or has any feedback about yesterday's program? Please raise their hands. Okay, then we are going to formally start today's program. Good morning, honorable chairpersons, honorable commissioners, esteemed delegates, distinguished guests, and colleagues. Welcome to the second day of the International Conference on Gender Inclusion in National Human Rights Institutions, happening from the 3rd September to 5th September in Kathmandu, Nepal. We are truly honored to have with us distinguished guests, dignitaries representing 19 NHRIs from the Asia-Pacific region. We are equally pleased to have with us distinguished guests from government, various embassies, our valued development partners, and all our collaborating partners of the NHRC Nepal. My name is Saniksha Bade. I am a human rights officer at NHRC Nepal, and on behalf of NHRC Nepal, I extend my heartfelt thanks to the Asia-Pacific Forum, UNDP Nepal, UN Women, and UNFPA for their valuable support. I also thank all the distinguished dignitaries present here. Your presence here highlights the significance of our shared commitment to advancing gender equality in the national human rights institutions. Yesterday, on the first day of the conference, we had a series of insightful presentations and panel discussions focusing on how the national human rights institutions can enhance gender equality within their internal structures and operations. The discussions aim to provide actionable recommendations and strategies and foster deeper understanding of how NHRIs can effectively incorporate the gender perspective into their organizational culture and operational strategies. Today, our discussions will be focused on how the national human rights institutions can enhance their external operations by incorporating gender perspectives into their external works. Our discussions will cover topics like integrating gender perspective in policy and legislative reviews. Next topic will cover the strategies for amplifying the external works of the NHRIs. And lastly, we will discuss the role of NHRIs in advancing intersectionality within the Asia-Pacific region. As we continue with the engaging discussions for today, I am pleased to introduce our first panel discussion. The session will focus on integrating gender perspectives in policy and legislative review by the national human rights institutions. Chairing this session is Justice Dr. Anand Mohan Bhattrai, the former Justice of the Supreme Court of Nepal. Facilitating this discussion is Mr. Gerald Joseph, the former Commissioner of the Commission of Human Rights of Malaysia. Our distinguished panelists include Honorable Vijaya Bharati Sayani, the Acting Chair of the National Human Rights Commission of India, Honorable Hari Kurniawan, the Commissioner at the Indonesian National Commission on Human Rights, Honorable Maria Marilia Exidio da Costa, the Deputy Provider for Human Rights and Justice of Timor-Leste, and Ms. Erika Powell, the Acting Director of Sex Discrimination Team at the Australian Human Rights Commission. I welcome all the esteemed speakers to begin the discussion.
Good morning, colleagues. Good to see you back on your feet. Thank you to our MC, who's re-energized after a rest. And we have here with us the 4 panelists. And I think to start us off, we have our chair. I just got to know him. Has a very illustrious career in the justice system. Just recently retired, so he's fresh and all spheres. But I used the word just now, he has seen it all in the growth and development of Nepal from all points of view. So I think we're very happy to have him start us off as the chair. Over to you, Justice Dr. Anand Mohan Bhattarai.
Good morning to you all, distinguished panelists and my facilitator, Mr. Joseph. It's so good to be here with you this morning. Lily ji was talking about yesterday's program. I was there at the inaugural and the session that followed, but I miss your evening session. And I hope that since this is a festival time, our foreign delegates have learned a bit of Nepali style of dancing yesterday night. That's what I think. So hopefully you had a very pleasant stay in Kathmandu and had very good time here. And coming to the session, how we'll do is, I'll first give my take on the subject and then pass on to Joseph and the panelists. They will give their view on the topic, and then that will be followed by Q&A. And finally, I'll give the summary, whatever I can collect from your very extensive presentation. That's what I would like to do. And I'm told we are given 1.5 hours for this session. First of all, thank you, organizers, for inviting me to the conference and asking me to chair this session, titled Integrating Gender Perspective in Policy and Legislative Review by NHRIs. As I mentioned, we have very distinguished panelists with us. And yesterday, Lily ji was asking us to also speak about yesterday's session. I would bring to your notice 2 very contrasting views that came up during the inaugural. While Right Honorable Prime Minister was very enthusiastically recounting the achievement of Nepal in terms of inclusion, gender inclusion and protection of women, the representative from the UNDP was giving her view on the challenge that we still have to soldier in realizing goal number 5 of SDG. This is where we are. This is where we are. Yesterday, we also talked about pluralism. The first session, we talked about pluralism. Pluralism, to my mind, is an aspect of liberal democracy and pertains to representation and where multiple narratives are possible and multiple point of views are taken to the national parliament. it is also a perspective that everybody keeps within himself. I was talking to Honorable Mir Thakur this morning during the breakfast that what democracy caters, what democracy really propagates is is a system where it allows you to say no or doubt your perspective, and also gives you a situation or environment where you can say, you can ask question. And for asking question to the establishment, you are not punished. You are not put into jail. This is the beauty of pluralism. This is the aspect of pluralism. So much important for democracy and for the protection of human rights. This is what I want to just add on to yesterday's session. We are talking about human rights. They are very crucial and very important for us. Not because that they are enshrined in our constitution or laws. Or not because they have now slowly and gradually percolated to our legal system. They are important because human rights violations are occurring day and night within our families, within our societies, in the state institution or outside of state institutions. And there is so much to work on protection, respect, and helping people to realize human rights. Therefore, the session we are talking about the role of NHRIs is so crucial. And here we are talking about the review, possibility of policy review, and lobbying for policy review, and trying to improve the ground situation. As a judge, as my facilitator introduced me, and many of you from Nepal know me, I have spent pretty long time in the judiciary, almost 31 years as a judge. How we try to stamp out discrimination. Our journey, in fact, started with our initiative to stamp out discrimination. Discrimination in the policy, discrimination in law, and discrimination in practice. We started with the property right issues, sexual harassment, domestic violence, and later when the Constitution of 2015 was adopted by Constituent Assembly, we unveiled a system, a new system, very new in the context of South Asia, maybe new in the context of other countries also. Inclusive democracy. Inclusive democracy. And inclusion is the signature tone of our Constitution. That's where the Prime Minister was so trying to recount the achievement that we have made. This is not to say that there are no issues. There are so many things we have to do. I had a chance to go through the gender justice and gender equality and social inclusion policy of human rights, which Human Rights NHRC brought out in 2021. I looked into the situation within the Human Rights Commission itself. There is in some aspects, human rights institution is ahead of other bureaucracies, other institutions. But there is a lot to work on this issue. When we are talking about the role of NHRIs, it's not just within the NHRIs, within the larger system that prevails in our respective country. How do we engage ourselves in policy reviews, legislative reviews? I was a student for a few years in India, and I know a bit of Indian legal system. They have a practice of bringing out draft legislation, publishing into Gazette. So when the draft legislation is published into a Gazette, then people have a chance to give their views on the law. That's a formal system, I think, that prevails even today. A lot of European countries, I had a chance to study in Germany. A lot of European countries have a system of legislative review by constitutional courts. And then that way, pre-legislative review is a system that probably helps NHRIs to give their views on the legislation itself. Then there are issues relating to the budget and disbursement of budget, and good governance regarding the activities that are enshrined in the policy instrument. That's where we also see the role of NHRIs. And given the fact that this session is concentrated on specific issues, so without going further, I would again pass on to my facilitator to conduct the session, and I'll give my take finally at the end. Thank you.
A big hand for Justice Dr. Anand Mohan. Thank you for setting the tone. I think this goes to the heart of National Human Rights Institution. The reason we were created after 1991 World Conference on Human Rights was every government doesn't disagree with us when we say we want human rights. All governments say, yes, we agree with you. But then when you go home, the implementation does not happen. The integration does not happen. So we always will run to courts. So justices like Dr. Anand would be there if the court is independent. But before going to the court, we need a society which is governed by good laws. And that's when our fight with the law, because courts are also guided by the law. Then we go to parliament. But parliament is as good as how much society shouts and cries, right? Parliament is an animal that looks at who's going to support me and give me support. So if the public is not crying and shouting for women's rights, girl rights, gender inclusion, MPs will keep quiet and Parliament will keep quiet. So I think Dr. Anand has brought to the role of NHRI. It's just not about us doing our work in the NHRI. It's our pivotal role to spark change for the country. And that's one of the core functions of the NHRI, to actually do policy advice, law reform in the country. So today with us, to help us check on Asia Pacific, how well we are going in terms of integrating gender perspective in policy, we have 4 excellent panelists with us. So we'll just recognize them. I think their CVs you can check in the booklet. We'll give a round of applause to welcome them. The Honorable Vijaya Bharati Sayana, the Commissioner from National Human Rights Commission of India. A big hand for her welcome. Honorable Hari Kurniawan. I'll just introduce first, madam. Not yet. I'll just introduce everybody first. Just a second, yeah. The Honorable Hari Kurniawan, Commissioner from Indonesia. Welcome. Honorable Maria Marilia Di Costa, Deputy Provocateur for Human Rights for Justice of Timor-Leste. Ms. Erica Powell, the Acting Director of the Sex Discrimination Team, Australian Human Rights Commission. So we have quite a good variety here. So to start us off, before I pass it to you, I want to ask the crowd, if you are asked to put up your hand that in the last 10 years in our country, we've had a 30% integration of gender perspectives in policy and law, how many of you all would take up your hand? Only 30% improvement in the last 10 years in our country. Okay, I see some hands going up. I'm looking at it. Looks like the Nepali hands are going up. Yeah. Any other? Okay, and Mongolia hand. I'm guessing any other country? What country is that? Pakistan. And Iraq? Nepal. Okay, great. So 30%, let's be a bit generous. 15%, 1-5. Other countries, integration of gender policies you feel has happened in your countries in the last 10 years. 15%. Okay, so this is something for you to reflect on. Thank you, everybody. We have made some grounds, but maybe not enough. And with that, I will invite our first speaker. And like yesterday, I'll keep to the 10 minutes each because we want some questions and then justice will come at the end. So I'll remind you about 2 minutes before your time. So with that, Commissioner Bharati Sayani, please. Yeah.
First of all, my pranams to Nepal, which is the motherland of our Sita Mata, and my namaskar to one and all. Good morning to all the dignitaries present here, Dr. Anand Mohan Bhattacharya, Mr. Gerald Joseph, all my fellow panelists, and all the participants. I feel honored to be given the opportunity to share my thoughts on such an important topic. In the 21st century, gender equality feels like a goal that should have been achieved by the world long time ago. It seems unfathomable why one half of the world's population is still not deemed equal to the other half. As it is called, gender equality is a matter of human rights of every individual's right, regardless of their gender, to be seen as an equal, to be able to enjoy the same rights and privileges as the rest of the world, and to be free from any persecution and discrimination in the name of their gender identity. However, unfortunately, is still struggling to normalize gender equality. The Sustainable Development Goal, which is about achieving gender equality and empowering all women and girls, underlines the commitment of our international community towards achieving this goal by 2030. In order to achieve this goal of gender equality, it is crucial to make sure that policies are gender inclusive in nature. In fact, having gender inclusive policies is the first step in creating a gender just society that treats everyone as equals regardless of their gender identity. It is imperative that policymakers, while they are coming up with any policy, look at it from a gender sensitive perspective. Gender analysis helps understand the power dynamic between genders in a society, in the public domain and the private domain. It also helps recognize how deprivation of resources like education, employment, as well as absence of social security makes people from certain communities extremely vulnerable to exploitation and abuse. A gender-sensitive lens helps policymakers come up with policies that are sensitive to the needs of all genders. The inclusive nature of a policy is a distinguished factor that has an impact that spans generations. It is also at the heart of ensuring a just and equitable existence for all in any society. It is imperative that policies and legislations are reviewed routinely by bodies like NHRIs so that any gaps may be identified and the policies may be suitably modified. As per the latest available annual periodic labor force survey reports, the estimated labor force participation rate for women of age 15 years and above in the country was 30% and 32.8% during 2019 to 2022. Additionally, the latest government estimates show that the female labor force participation rate in the country has improved significantly by 4.2 percentage points from the previous year to 37.0 in 2023. Additionally, most women in India work in the informal sector are self-employed, which means they often lack full-time jobs, job security, and safety nets. A prime example in the lack of crutches of childcare facilities for working mothers in most Indian establishments. Childcare requires significant time and attention, and without proper mechanisms in place, women struggle to re-enter the workforce. Between 2016-17 and 2020-21, there has been a 61.3% increase in the number of women in permanent positions in India's higher educational institutions. Various government initiatives such as scholarships and financial assistance have significantly boosted female PhD enrollments by 60% from 59,242 in 2016-17 to 95,088 in 2020-21. Today, more women are entering the domain of STEM. India has a higher percentage of women enrolled in science, technology, engineering, and mathematics at the tertiary level than some of developed countries, with 40% female graduates. Women own 90.5% of the total incorporated non-agricultural proprietary enterprises in India, employing 20 to 27 million people. As per the last economic census, only 14% of establishments in India were owned by women. The number has now risen to 20%, though there is still a long way to go. As per Women in Startup Ecosystem Report, the share of women-led startups has increased from 10% in 2017 to 18% in 2020. The government of India has made further significant improvement to bring in gender neutrality, equality through various legislations, policy, and schemes over a period of time. We are witnessing noticeable share in the employment of women in India, even in the spheres of which were traditional male-based, like appointments in the armed forces of the Union, Army, Navy, Air Force, paramilitary forces, state police organizations, etc. We are proudly witnessing their remarkable contribution in the Indian Space Research Organization, ISRO, Defense Research and Development, etc. Women in India are getting prominent representations in the field of sports, representing the nation in all the major world platforms. The role of National Human Rights Institution becomes particularly crucial when it comes to protecting and promoting gender equality in the society. It is within the mandate of NHRIs to work towards protecting and promote the fundamental rights of all people in their countries. There are numerous ways in which an NHRI can intervene to ensure gender equality by monitoring the implementation of existing policies, by suggesting reforms in the policies that it feels require modification, and by spreading awareness about the issue through various media platforms. The National Human Rights Commission of India has always been at the forefront of women's rights in India ever since it was founded in 1993. The NHRC recognized the important role it plays in ensuring that gender equality is established in the society and that the women in India feel empowered to take independent decisions in their personal and professional lives. Under the Protection of Human Rights Act of 1993, which laid the foundational basis for NHRC India, the Commission has the power to review the safeguards provided by or under the Indian Constitution or any law for the time being in force for the protection of human rights and recommended measures for their effective implementation. NHRC India has regularly intervened in policy matters to protect the rights of women. In the past, NHRC India has returned to state governments to re-access existing rules so as to ensure that all women in the country are able to avail the maternity benefits as promised in the Maternity Benefits Act 1961. Furthermore, after the coming of the Prevention of Sexual Harassment Act 2013, the National Human Rights Commission of India has been assiduously working towards ensuring that the Act is being followed across the country. In 2002, the Commission examined the provisions of the Protection from Domestic Violence Bill drafted by the Department of Women and Child Development in consultation with the Ministry of Law, Justice and Company Affairs. It followed up the matter till the proposed legislation was ended. The Commission's suggestions were incorporated in the Protection of Women from Domestic Violence Act 2005. Similarly, in 2019, when the surrogacy bill was being discussed in the Indian Parliament, NHRC India gave its detailed inputs on the proposed bill, including both shortcomings or recommendations for improvement, which were incorporated in the draft of the bill that was finally passed in the Parliament. NHRC India has also formed a core group on women, which meets periodically to discuss issues that are deemed to be relevant to the protection of the rights of women in India. The core group members come
Just
from...
a reminder.
2 minutes, sir. 2 minutes. From diverse backgrounds, they are all lawyers, activists, academicians, and scholars who have all worked in the field of women's rights in India. In the past, the agendas discussed in these expert meetings include women's right to health and their nutritional status, missing women in India, among others. In all these meetings, the recommendations given by the participants are then conveyed to the relevant ministries so that they may consider revisions to certain policies. The gender analysis done by NHRC is therefore communicated to the concerned bodies through recommendations and guidelines. NHRC India also ensures gender equality through the issuance of Man-India advisories on women's rights. During the COVID-19 pandemic, the Commission took note of how women across India are facing a greater vulnerability and therefore issued an advisory to protect the rights of the women in light of the pandemic. More recently, NHRC India has published an advisory on protection of human rights of the widows. The advisory, which is pan-India in nature, recognizes the challenges faced by the widows in the country and consists of detailed recommendations to empower widows and ensure that their human rights are protected. All the states are expected to provide the Commission with a written response regarding the steps they have taken to implement the advisory. NHS also has conducted numerous research studies that are aimed to better understanding the challenges to women's empowerment and upliftment. One of the aims of such studies is to examine existing policies and suggest amendments to legislations. NHRs India undertook a detailed study on the United Nations Convention on the Elimination of All Forms of Discrimination Against Women, the Indian Constitution, legislation, schemes, policies, and judgments. The objective of the study was to identify and share with the stakeholders the status of implementation of CEDAW in India, the gaps between the articles of the CEDAW and the various Indian provisions that ensure protection of rights of the women, and to suggest recommendations and send them to the concerned ministries and departments for taking necessary action. Similarly, NHRs India has undertaken several studies on different aspects of women's rights to promote the cause of gender equality, furthering gender analysis that is needed for effective policy formation. NHRs India also regularly organizes seminars, conferences, and open house discussions on issues pertaining to gender equality and women's rights. In the past, the Commission has organized conferences on women's participation in the labor force, women in the workplace, and more recently on the derogatory practices against women in India. Though the medium of such events, NHRs seeks to bring attention to different issues related to women's rights and recommend a course of action to all concerned government bodies. Gender equality is not just about legally enforcing equality on paper. It is a matter of social justice, a matter of basic human rights. It is true that a lot of work has been done to promote the cause of gender equality, and significant progress has been made. However, we must not forget that is a long road ahead. The issue is complex and there are numerous challenges on the path, but I strongly believe that through platforms like these, we can help educate and sensitize national human rights institutions who will then work towards achieving this much awaited and much needed goal of gender equality. Lastly, I want to tell you there are 247 people are working in NHRC India. Out of 247, 143 are female workers. Thank you.
Thank you. A big hand for Commissioner Vijaya. Thank you. I know you were rushing to finish your speech, but thank you very much. So I think she's given all the works Human Rights Commission does, from advisory role to detailed study, to meeting with stakeholders, to state governments, federal government, new bills, investigation. So, and also when there is no thinking, like now a new advisory on human rights of widows. So that's, you are way when government has not thought about it. That's another role that governments should do. But also the statistics of India is very impressive, you know, that technical, educational, women are in the forefront, and in spatial science, army, police. So these are where we will know whether all this have changed in society on the ground. But thank you for that. And I continue with our next Commissioner, Hari Kurniawan, from the Indonesian National Commission on Human Rights. Please.
I can maybe okay. Okay, thank you. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Namaste. Good morning, everyone. I want to introduce Komnas HAM, the Indonesian National Commission on Human Rights, established in 1993 when the new Orba, the authoritarianism, Suharto, that become a president. And our mandate in the Act 39 and 26 years 2000, we have a 4-month mandate: research and education, monitoring, investigation, and mediation. The 4 functions of Komnas HAM embody the the objectives the Commission is developing to create conducive conditions for the implementation of human rights and improve the protection and enforcement of human rights. The four functions can be grouped into two categories, promotion and enforcement. The task of promotion is realized through education and research, while enforcement is advanced through efforts to resolve cases through monitoring, investigation, and mediation. Komnas HAM has 9 commissioners, 3 women and 6 men. Also, chairperson is Honorable Adnika Novasigiro, who has experience in women's journal and advocacy in elderly people. One commissioner is a person with disability, and me. And then I will brief about how significant of reviewing the legislation and the regulation. The reviewing of laws and human rights policies is important to ensure that the government, as the duty holder, has fulfilled, respected, and protected the human rights of its citizens. Based on this, the Indonesian government has ratified a number of human rights covenants, including CEDAW, and then CAT, and CRPD. Komnas HAM is currently reviewing the Omnibus Law on Job Creation, which has been declared incompatible with human rights principles. Furthermore, Komnas HAM encouraged the passage of the Sexual Violence Crime Law, Act number 12 to years 2022, to ensure that victim rights are recognized and rehabilitated, as well as to encourage the punishment of perpetrators. And our best practice, Komnas HAM has issued and disseminated 3 standard norms and procedures, such as the SNP on human rights defenders, the SNP on the right to health, and also vulnerable groups in election. The SNP serves as policy guidelines for ministers and institutions, such as general comment on international covenants. This includes the designation of human rights cities, a 30% female quota in election, non-judicial resolution of gross violations of human rights, and the establishment of 2 regional regulations for the protection of human rights defenders in East Nusa Tenggara. The SNP was established to provide a practical and usable version of various international and national human rights instruments. This SNP is useful for interpreting human rights norms in relation to the context and events. Komnas HAM also trains law enforcement officials and the community about human rights, including the rights of vulnerable groups such as people with disability, migrant workers, women, domestic workers, children, the elderly, and indigenous people. Komnas HAM has issued recommendations to the government and the parliament in response to complaints, one of which is about gender equality. Komnas HAM has issued a letter to protect human rights defenders, such as in the case of Mr. Harris and Mrs. Fatia from criminalization. Both of them were charged with defamation under Indonesia Electronic Information and Transaction Laws, often known as the ITE law for short. They also face secondary fake news and defamation charges under the Criminal Code. The charges refer to a YouTube video in which the activists speculated about connection between military operations in the Papua region and prominent mining firms. Komnas HAM also advocates for amnesty for Ms. Mary Jane Veloso, Filipinos, a victim of human trafficking. In addition, the Commission filed an amicus curiae brief with the court regarding a civil society lawsuit in this matter. And strategy to employ, Komnas HAM is conducting research on policy and legislation. This aims to ensure that vulnerable and marginalized groups' rights to ensure protected and respected. The National Commission on Human Rights ensures that the government receives recommendations on the advancement of human rights in policies and development programs for vulnerable people, minority, and marginalized groups. Komnas HAM urges the government to strengthen the mainstreaming of human rights for marginalized and minority groups such as people with disability, migrant workers, women, domestic workers, children, the elderly, and indigenous people, in order to respect, protect, and fulfill their rights, as well as to take serious strategic steps to prevent human rights violation. Komnas HAM recommends that the Indonesian government to A, speed up the ratification of international human rights instruments such as Optional Protocol CAT, Optional Protocol CRPD, ILO Convention 188, and ILO Convention 189, as well as discuss and approve draft laws on indigenous peoples and draft law on domestic workers. B, take the necessary administrative, legislative, and or other steps to ensure the recognition and protection of human rights defenders, including internalizing and adopting the United Nations guidelines on the institutionalization, including in emergency years 2022. Eliminating the institutionalization of institutions for mental disability, include the repealing Article 433 of the Indonesian Civil Code Law concerning guardianship. D, strengthen maritime transport infrastructure, internet networks, and special budgets in island regions to allow the community to report human rights violations that occur. Thank you very much.
Thank you. A big hand to Commissioner Hari Kurniawan. Terima kasih. Yeah, so he mentioned something. First of all, congratulations to Indonesia for having women as their chair. I think the first women chair in Indonesia. So congratulations. I think he has given us the work of Komnas HAM, and if you know, it's another huge country. I mean, India is a huge country, but Indonesia, I don't know how many thousand, 7,000 islands, 3 time zones. Yeah, if you take an island, you take a flight from left to right, maybe 7 hours or flight. So it's huge and many islands. So I think the role of the NHRI is crucially important. He spoke about policy guidelines for government, criticism or disagreement with the law government has passed. This is very powerful. Parliament has already passed the law, and the Commission has rejected that law as not being correct. I think so. They've kept up to it, and I know because Malaysia is their neighbor. They spoke about human rights city, also promoting a whole concept of working with human rights cities. A few cities are branded human rights cities. Maybe you can find out when we have time later. Also specific human rights defenders who are targeted. He mentioned 2 names, one a woman, one's a man, and they have kept close to this. This was a targeted attack because they spoke up, and some minister didn't like it, yeah. And also the role of Human Rights Commission to go beyond borders. Foreigner who was a victim of human trafficking was seen as a criminal and charged to death trafficking. It's a long case, and they have campaigned for it. So the question of mainstreaming human rights into government policy is what commissions will have to do, but it means so many levels, right? Federal, province, local, village, provincial. So thank you, Commissioner Kurniawan. We continue now with Indonesia's neighbor, Timor-Leste. We invite Commissioner Deputy Provodo for Human Rights, Maria Marila.
I'm a tall one. Everyone can see me. Oh, I have to make this. Maybe you can do that. You can do that. Can you do it? Okay, yeah, okay. Sorry for that. I still feel dancing last night. When the music, I feel like, oh, I want to dance. Because Timor-Leste culture is like a dance party, everything. Even you're feeling safe, but still going on We don't want to think about the sad every moment, but we need to happy. Okay. Thank you. On behalf of the Ombudsman of Human Rights and Justice Timor-Leste, we appreciate for National Human Rights Commission in Nepal, Chairperson Bahadur Magar, Dr. Lily Tappa, Asia Pacific Forum, and all organizers and special participants in this conference. Good morning, all. Hello, good morning. Wow. Thank you. Okay. It is my pleasure to speak as alternative speaker on integrity, gender perspective in policy and legislative review by the National Human Rights Institution, which will cover: one is gender analysis and policy review. The second is good practice of National Human Rights Institution, intervention in gender equality and legislation, and third, strategy for recommending amendment to existing legislation to promote gender equality. This topic is indeed very important for us to share our thoughts and best practice as an institution that has dual mandate in promote good governance and protect and promote human rights. Before I go to my slide, speaking on topic on integrity, gender perspective and policy and legislation review by National Human Rights Institution, we treat subtopic as I mentioned. I am going to briefly explain that the Ombudsman of Human Rights and Justice of Timor-Leste, PDSJ, entrenched in the Constitution of the Democratic Republic of Timor-Leste, proclamation in 2002, Section 27, Ombudsman of the Constitution state, the Ombudsman shall be independent organ in charge of examining and checking to stealthy citizen complaint against public bodies, certify the conformity of the act with the law, preventing and initiative the whole process to remedy injustice. The Ombudsman for Human Rights Justice was established under the Law 7, 2004, revised by Law Number 8, 2009, Article 30, to which all reference to the statute in this statement refer Law 7, 2074, Article 7, one state that the provider has jurisdiction over the entire country. Can move. The organic structure of the Office of the Ombudsman for Human Rights and Justice Decree Law was approved by the Council of Ministers 20 April 2060 and promulgated 5 July 2060, thus replacing the organic structure previously applicable under the Decree Law 25 2011. The new organic law significantly changes the organizational structure of the PSD, enables it to better fulfill its mandate. There are the legal bases that enable us to fulfill our mandate, in which one of the activity among the others is included review of. The Office of the Ombudsman for Human Rights and Justice has started and will continue to campaign for gender equality in Timor-Leste. In our election for parliament election, there is a quota for women. In every three candidates for membership in parliament, there must be a list of one female. Our parliament has 65 members. In terms of number, we may say that in the total number of 65 members of the parliament, there are less to 21 female parliament members. That's 32%. Now move the slide. This one is the human rights management in our internal PhD. The total human resource PhD have 152 persons, 62 women and 90 men. This is our office. And women leadership senior level is 40%. And political position 32%, 33%. This is include me and provider, and we have a deputy for good governance and deputy for human rights. And also we have women in political position, national parliament, 32%, like I mentioned already. Can move? Okay. This. Policy analysis from gender perspective focus on the evaluation what is the stat in the policy document on gender issue. Identify how to understand the issue of gender equality, how the state propose to find a solution to existing problem and also potential problem that will arise in the policy. The Directorate of the Monitoring Recommendations supervise all action of public bodies, such as the state institution, government action of the policy and army. In the respect, PDSA can act on the basics of the complaint as a prevention measure or as a structural activity. Example of these are monitoring of the prison, detention, facilitation and facilities and schools. For more, PDSA has recently invested significant efforts in monitoring the 2018 presidential election, the 2018 early parliamentary election, and the 2018 parliamentary election. The Directorate of a Promotion activity conducted training and public outreach to target group, including very specific target groups such as women, as well as being a focal point to gender issue. Upon finding any violence of principle of good governance and human rights or any violation of the law, the Directorate shall publish a monitoring report, including recommendation to the relevant entities, allowing them to current the situation. The Directorate of Monitoring and Recommendation supervise all action of public bodies, such as the state institution, government action of the policy and army. In this respect, the PDSA can act of the basic of complaint as a preventive measure or as a structural activity. Explain examples of the are monitoring female prison are corrected in same facilitators as a men. Although they sleep in the separate block, there has been some interaction with the male inmates in the Glenu and Bekora prison. Upon finding any violence of principle of the good governance and human rights or any violation of the law, the Directorate shall publish a monitoring reporting, including recommendations to the entities, allowing them and correct the current situation. Integration of the concept of equality and non-discrimination into the training manual of human rights and national police and defense force of the Timor-Leste. Second, conducted information session on human rights and gender equality to the community leader and student.
You have 2 minutes more.
Okay, I hope I can finish it. Regularly, PDSA organizes general press meeting to update the press and endorse the wider public on the PDSA activity in the mandate. A recent Sun General Press meeting occurred on 31 January 2018. There is not necessary indirect reason for the organization such as event It is simply of an opportunity for the press to stay in touch with the PDHA and to ask the provider question about any ongoing business. The PDHA has facing challenges such as the PDHA in the question judicial faction and recommendation to any other competent authority to decide, limited specialist staff on gender issue, limited the human rights and budget. The one is the provider for human rights and justice Timor-Leste depend on government, particularly in the Minister of Finance of Timor-Leste. Conclusion, achievement of the equality between women and men has become a principle and integrity goals in the International Development Agenda. The principle of the gender equality is the idea that human rights cannot be achieved without guarantee that women and men have full and equal rights, responsibilities, and opportunity. Thank you very much for attention.
Thank you. A big hand to Deputy Provider Maria Marilia. Thank you. Thank you. I think Timor-Leste is a small nation of 1 million people. And it's a fairly new independent nation, 25 years, so 24, 20 years, 24 years, yeah. So this nation has a chance to train police officers, to do policy analysis, to also be integrated in different committees and focal points that government set up, technical working groups. So I think this is another way the NHRI ensures integration. If you are present in the committees and working groups that are set up nationally. I think training of army and police and now local government has been mentioned by some other commissions, which is very important to bring human rights down to the ground. Thank you very much, Deputy Provodo. We continue with our final speaker for this panel, and before an open discussion, I invite now Ms. Erica Powell, the Acting Director of the Sex Discrimination Team, Australian Human Rights Commission. Over to you.
I've got to turn it on. Okay. Namaskar. Salam, salamat pagi. Hello. It's an absolute pleasure to be with you today and to be joining fellow panellists, facilitator and our chair also. Thank you NHRI Nepal for having us for such an important occasion. It's wonderful to be here. So at the Australian Human Rights Commission, we have a dedicated gender equality function. The Sex Discrimination Commissioner and the team that I work on are responsible for the Commission's work to promote gender equality, counter discrimination, sexual harassment and violence against women and other barriers to equality. And we also act to overcome discrimination, harassment and vilification of LGBTIQ+ communities in Australia. So we operate under a Sex Discrimination Act, which gives effect to Australia's obligations under CEDAW. And the Act offers protections for people on the basis of their sex, their sexual orientation, their gender identity, their intersex status, marital or relationship status, pregnancy and breastfeeding, and it also protects workers with family responsibilities and makes workplace sexual harassment unlawful in Australia. So for us, the opportunity to review laws and policies concerning human rights and to provide advice is really critical to addressing positive change in Australia. For instance, in Australia, gender-based violence is endemic. Last year alone, 1 woman was killed every 11 days by a current or former intimate partner, and 2 in 5 women have experienced domestic and family violence since the age of 15. And the statistics are far worse when you look at diverse cohorts. Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander women are 33 times more likely to be hospitalised as a result of domestic and family violence. So by reviewing policies and laws concerning human rights, we hope to address the horrifying statistics such as this. One of the ways that we provide advice to governments is that our chair mentioned through submission processes.
So we have the opportunity to critically analyse the government's proposed legislation and policy and determine how it would impact LGBTIQ+ people in Australia, but also women. And when doing this, we often leverage our international standards under CEDAW. Through providing our advice to government, through submissions, we've been able to sometimes see small and other times see really significant changes. For example, some recent wins that we've had. Workplaces over 100 employees in Australia must now publicly report on their gender pay gap, which is a really big win for us. And it's now lawful for an employer to fire an employee for sexually harassing another worker, which means that for perpetrators, they're less able to lodge an unfair dismissal claim in a workplace. And just last week, we've been advocating to include additional questions in the Australian census so that we can better count gender diverse Australians to ensure that our funding and services can go to the right places where those communities and their families live. Another key approach that we often take is to proactively identify gaps or problems within existing legislation. So by undertaking research projects, both qualitative and quantitative, and conducting national inquiries or truth-seeking work, we tend to try and find and build our own evidence base. So in undertaking this work, we leverage either an existing evidence base or we try to build our own. And having the evidence base really helps us to assess the nature of the problem and gives us something to work towards to drive for change. And it helps us to identify where there might be gaps and measure where our work may be having a positive impact over time as well, which is really helpful for us to advocate for more funding or for work or to identify where we may need to change again in the future. In any research processes that we conduct, we always try to ensure that we have best practice ethical research standards. And that includes processes that are trauma-informed, so ensuring that the process is healing and helpful for the participants of the research, and not engaging or contributing to the existing harm that they've already endured as a result of the injustice they've endured. We also take an intersectional approach to ensure that we consider the impacts of policy on all Australians and not just those who are in the majority. And we try to amplify the voices of those most marginalised or not considered by the proposed policy or legislation. Some examples of this work is the work that my team are doing on workplace sexual harassment prevention in Australia. So in 2020, we completed the National Inquiry into Sexual Harassment in Australian Workplaces, and this was the first national inquiry of its kind. As part of the National Inquiry, we had a survey of 10,000 Australians. We held 60 public consultations with over 600 representatives participating from community organisations, government, industry, victims, unions and regulators. We had 460 written submissions and we also conducted economic modelling. Our final report had 55 recommendations to government, of which all of them were accepted, which was an incredible win for gender equality in Australia. It was a really exciting time for us. So through the inquiry, we learned that sexual harassment is incredibly common. 1 in 3 people in Australia experience it. Women, non-binary people, and lesbian, gay and bisexual people experience it at much higher rates than men. We also learned through our economic modelling that workplace sexual harassment is incredibly bad for business and that it cost Australia approximately $3.8 billion in 2018 alone. And $273 million of that was a cost to government. So that evidence alone was significant enough for us to be able to drive legislative change. The key drivers of workplace sexual harassment we learned were power imbalances because of gender inequality and other discrimination, as well as a range of other factors within a workplace environment that contribute to that and enable perpetrators to act. We also learned that just 1 in 8 people will report an incident of workplace sexual harassment because they felt usually unsafe to do so, or there were other things, other limiting factors and barriers, such as their risk to career prospects and the impact that might have on their livelihoods, and other types of victimisation that they might suffer as a result of colleagues or managers ignoring their complaints. We learned that employers would only address sexual harassment after it had been reported, and in many instances, they still did not address it. So this highlights that we cannot rely on complaints of workplace sexual harassment to reduce the incidence. Because of this, we demonstrated a need for legislative reform to improve protections for workers, We felt that our laws must move from a reactive approach, where we rely on complaints and people to come forward, to one that requires positive action from employers. And as a consequence of that finding, we introduced the positive duty provision into our Sex Discrimination Act. And the positive duty requires employers to take reasonable and proportionate measures to eliminate, as far as possible, certain forms of unlawful conduct, including workplace sexual harassment, sex-based harassment, victimisation, and a range of other factors related to gender equality in the workplace. So this amendment in our legislation has filled a significant gap for us and provides protection from sexual harassment in Australian workplaces. And that obviously disproportionately affects women and LGBTIQ+ people. And it's relatively new legislation, so we're really looking forward to measuring the impact of those changes over time. Another project that we're running at the moment to build an evidence base is a project called Speaking from Experience Project. And this project invites people who've been sexually harassed at work to have their say about what they think needs to change in workplaces. And as part of this project, we see people with lived experience of sexual harassment as experts in policy and practice change. And so speaking and learning from them is integral to achieving positive change. In spite of all of this, I must say that we do face some challenges also. While we do our best to apply an intersectional lens to all the work that we do, there can be challenges in doing this all of the time. Where we might, for instance, have funding limitations, it can be challenging for us to translate our work into multiple languages, as one example of where we find challenges with that. We also don't have a great deal of visibility of trans and gender diverse people's experiences of gender inequality in Australia, and we're really hoping to address this in future evidence collection to help us to bolster our efforts in gender analysis and providing recommendation to government on policy and legislative change. And we also know that from our research that other forms of discrimination, such as racism, homophobia, transphobia, ableism, drive gender inequality. And so we really must address all of these issues holistically if we're going to achieve gender equality. And we're still working out ways to better integrate all of these areas of discrimination and human rights together. And I'm sure that's a challenge that we all face as well. So this conference has been a really incredible lesson for me to learn from all of you and the fellow panellists. And it's been really good to learn about what is and isn't working in the different country contexts. So for this, I thank you all. And while it's difficult to apply a one-size-fits-all approach to our work, to close, I'll share some strategies that have worked well for us to drive change in existing policy and legislation. The first of those is building relationships with policymakers and key decision makers, meeting regularly to discuss challenges and opportunities. The second is building that evidence base. This has been really key for us, both qualitative and quantitative, either through national inquiries or true seeking. Thirdly, collaborating with civil society, research institutions and other experts to build a united advocacy front. Many voices are louder than one. And fourth, learning from people with lived experience. As I mentioned, centering their voices and learning from them in any policy recommendations we advocate for. Without their knowledge, we will likely miss really critical ways to promote gender equality. And lastly, having a diverse team. So that means that gender analysis is going to be more robust. Leveraging a range of perspectives amongst our team in particular has allowed us to think more naturally. And I like to think of our diverse team as a real superpower. Without our differences, we would not have the same strengths, and there's no way that we could have the same impact with our work. Thanks.
Thank you. A big hand for Ms. Erica Powell. So get ready. We have a bit of time for some discussion, question and comments. But I think the significant experience is the national inquiry, the first on sexual harassment in workplace. Congratulations to that. And I didn't get the number. How many recommendations did you all give the government? So the conclusion of the 10,000 interviews was 55 recommendations given to the government, and the government accepted all recommendations. So a national inquiry mechanism is quite effective, and to integrate changes into the law. I think there's an update to the law, right? So there is a sexual harassment in employment, workplace law, but not as good as enough, because their study showed despite the law, employers are still reluctant, people are still afraid to speak. So you have a law, but it's still not happening. So now you need to think a ways forward. And I think NHRIs need to find how to tighten the screw here or give more power. So an experiment, as you said, and also to do different things with dialogue partners. And the challenges of applying intersectional lenses is going to be a challenge for all NHRIs. So that's also for us. I think the data that she started us off with on even a community, the Aboriginal community, had a more higher instances of domestic violence compared to the national average. So you can't use one average for all. You need to work with particular community based on their reality. Thank you for that, Ms. Erica. So now I open the floor to your thoughts on the integration of gender perspectives in policy and legislative. You can ask questions to our... Yes. Yeah. Sure. I know, I got the information. Yes. Yeah. So I think the commissioner has requested her colleague to join her to help in the language and also content. So in order to be specific. So if we can get one more chair, right? Can we get a chair, and can we invite the rep Miss Ilakia? If you can join the commissioner on the stage and to support and help. Okay, so we open the floor for any comments, questions on the integration of gender perspective. This is the work of what all the thousands of civil society NHRIs in Asia Pacific has been hoping for. So anyone wants to start us off? Yes, I see 1, and I see 2, and I see 3 and 4. We'll take this 4 first. We'll start with this first table here. Can you leave? Yeah. All right. Yeah. 1, 2, 3, and 4. Okay. Just a reminder, because of time, just your name, organization, and a short question or comment.
To you, Gender Studies Department. My question is, what is the work or what is the role of NHRs with educational institutions related to the right to education as well as the quality of the education, and also with the media, how they are monitoring media? If the
Wait, I think something's wrong with the mic. We're not really hearing you very well.
Okay. My question is...
Wait, hold on, maybe we change the mic. It's going on. Can we change the mic, please? Yeah. Thank you. Sorry, please repeat the question again.
Okay, my question is related to education. What is the role of NHRIs with educational institutions regarding the right to get education and the quality of education, as well as the media, how it is working with the media? If the media is broadcasting any thing that is against human rights, how they are working with it. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. To the colleague behind. Yeah.
Namaste, my name is Jyoti Singh Bandari. I'm lecturer.
A bit louder, please.
My name is Jyoti Singh Bandari. I'm lecturer for legal research. My topic is. My question here is, these days a lot of hush-hush issues in terms of gender, like paternity leave or miscarriage or mental health or postpartum depression. These things are being talked, which existed but not discussed. So how, any of the dignitaries can answer, how is your nation incorporating these newly talked about gender norms or perspectives in relevant context? Thank you.
Thank you. There's one there, and then we'll come back here, right? At the back there, gentleman there.
Good morning. Syam Babu Kafle, National Human Rights Commission, Nepal. As for the Paris principles, NHRC have mandate to review of law and policies too. In this context, I want to whether in your organization there is a clear mandate to recommend the law and policy. If yes, Have you recommend it and government acknowledge it or not? Your recommendations. Thank you.
Okay, quite a straightforward question. All the recommendations by NHRI to government, do they acknowledge it or they just smile and say thank you and say yes, the final question here, yeah. Mike, please, for a colleague here. Coming, Mike, yeah. Come.
Thank you for the time. I have one question for the Honorable
Your name, please?
Okay. I'm Terezinha Simenes from the National Human Rights Institution of the Timor-Leste. My question is for the Honorable Erika Powell. Congratulations for your institution, but you mentioned that your recommendation, all recommendation give to the government, they already, all of the recommendation is implemented. But I have question, maybe your institution had a good manner to approach the government, or the institution is the strict regulation that government need to follow implement your recommendation. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So this is the first set. Colleagues, if you want to answer the question, make it brief. So you want to start? Erika, one directed at you directly first. Yeah.
Hello? Hello?
Yeah.
Okay, I think, is this working?
Yes.
Yes, okay, now it's working. Thank you. Thank you for the questions.
Erika,
yes.
you need to put the mic closer.
Oh, yeah, sorry.
Yeah.
I'm not very good at this. Yes, we did have success with the implementation or agreement to implement 55 of the recommendations. The implementation process is ongoing, so we haven't completed that process yet, but it is, all of those recommendations are underway, so that is quite exciting. Some have been slower to pick up than certainly, and some are probably a bit more challenging to implement than what we had anticipated, I think. So that's also a lesson. But yes, we did have an existing relationship with government, and fortunately for us, the media cycle was quite prominent at the time around the Me Too movement in Australia, and so there was a lot of protest and a lot of emphasis placed on gender equality. So I think that we hit a little bit of a perfect storm in that many things aligned to allow for there to be broad government and public support for there to be change. And so I think that was really lucky for us at that time, because we've had other recommendations in the past which haven't had as much success. So for us, that was a really big win also, yeah.
Thank you. Are you suggesting that we should create a storm whenever, whenever we want to bring change?
Just create a storm and it will work, you know?
Yeah, so sometimes the issue on the ground works well with the timing of the push for policy change, yeah? Thank you. There was a question about the new gender norms. How is that coming? I mean, some mental health issues, depression, post, yeah. So, is it being addressed by the commissions or not? Or I think that's what you wanted to know. How do we do it? Yeah.
So in India, we have a Mental Health Act that has come into force recently, and we conduct a lot of training programs in collaboration with many universities, in collaboration with educational institutions throughout the country. And we also train people with the features of the Act, how is it applicable and how is it useful for the current generation. So that way we are educating people, creating awareness regarding the Mental Health Act, which is very useful for the current generation.
Okay, that's one example. Thank you. Any others? You want to add something? Yeah, go ahead.
In Australia, we've recently, this has been a big part of what's being discussed as well, and we've recently had some amendments to maternity leave to incorporate both parents, a government-funded parental leave for both men and women to take. And we've also had miscarriage leave, so if an individual has a miscarriage, then they're able to take leave at their workplace as well.
Thank you. There was a question about right to education and quality of education. How do we intervene so that issue of gender is not forgotten, girl child is not taken equally and forgotten also. So any comments on that? Media later, but just on the Commissioner.
Thank you very much. In Indonesia, we have a schedule through training and education with the journalists and all of the media, and we train about gender and disability and social inclusion. Then the officer of the training is Miss Putu as Commissioner of Training and Education in Komnas HAM. So we try to involve the gender agenda in our draft recommendation for the government, and we push the gender budget statement in all of the budget that government do.
Maria, you want to add anything? Yeah, sure, please.
I think this is about the media, how to bring them to monitoring or to reporting our activity. For example, in PDHZA, we have an internal media can publish our activity, and then every month we have like reporting about the case to the media to publish in our website, our Facebook, and then also we have a regularly meeting with the press media in Timor-Leste. We have it. Government have two media, TVTL, and then also independent, not independent, but we call GMM. And then this is the one media we can invite. We have coordination, collaboration, and also we have an MAU, signed MAU with the government media, and then to reporting our information when we have, like, for example, like the case about the in Timor. Violation and then other issue, we also invite them to monitor and then take the video and publish in our website and also in the TV government. Yeah, I think that one is we have connection with the media.
Thank you. On the right to education from India, anything, or from Australia or Indonesia, on the quality of education and right to education, which I know by statistics, the improvement in girl child education, yeah.
Regarding the education, NHRC visit the sudden visits to surprise. We will make surprise visits to hostels and colleges, even in the medical also we'll go. I visited so many medical hostels, whether they are having the good infrastructure, healthcare, hygiene, security, and all these things. And I visited so many schools in India also on behalf of the NHRC. Whether the children are getting good education or not, they are having the infrastructure, whether they are living in hygienic or not, whether there is a security or not, how the registers are maintaining about their food, whether they are getting all the facilities given by the government. So like that sudden visits will be there through the NHRC. For regarding the education, we will conduct so many awareness camps, and we'll talk to the chief secretaries of the government, and we will call ministries of education, and also we'll take those recommendations and suggestions from NGOs and all other institutions regarding this issue.
Thank you. That's another power of the Commission, to do unscheduled visits, surprise visits, to check on both schools, the quality, and even hostels or how it's managed, you know. I think it's very important because normally reports that come in are all sanitized. Most reports are quite good, right? Very few people will tell you honestly, my school is in bad condition, you know. So that's why you need to visit them. We have time for one more question. Yeah, I see one hand. Okay, two. The last two, huh? Okay, and yes, the mic, please. Mic. One mic in front and one mic at the back. Yeah, I think it's white. Yeah.
Thank you for all panelists for the excellent presentation. My name is Tara Upreti from the Women's Foundation. We have a shelter and experience. In Nepal, every single day we have 3 to 5 cases come from domestic violence. And my experience, over 90% women, they don't report the case or publish for their security and lack of confidentiality and privacy issue, and they are and also fear. And we keep confidential and help them, but it's still, it's data in domestic violence. It's really like painful in Nepal too, who are dealing with extreme anxiety, depression, post-traumatic stress disorder, whatever. But of fear, there is I think no record or real research in Nepal, my experience. Thank you.
Thank you. So maybe that's more a comment, I think linked to your data and research part, that we need data and research to know reality. She says, while I see domestic violence victims, but I feel 90% are still out there, and we need to understand why. What are the reasons that are not bringing them to complain? This is very important, linked to the cultural question, if anyone of you want to answer. Why so few people, after 30 years of human rights framing, and yet afraid to come up? A final comment or question, please.
Good morning, and thank you to the panelists for the presentation and the examples you given regarding the work you've done within.
Can you put the mic closer?
Regarding the work you've done within your NHRIs in terms of integrating gender into policy and legislative reviews. My question is, what has been the impact of comments, concluding observations and recommendations from international human rights mechanisms, including treaty bodies, the Human Rights Council, and special rapporteurs regarding gender when you conduct these kind of activities? Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So if one or two final comments before I hand it back to the chair. You want to go, Erica? And also I remember the question of the colleague about whether our recommendations are accepted or not by government. I think it's a big question. Maybe APF or Gandri can take it up. But in actuality, I think all of us have some yes, maybe many no's, many uncertain. But it's a good comment for us to reflect for APF and Gandri, if we do a survey, how much of NHRI's recommendations actually are taken up seriously by the government. But thank you for that provocative question. Over to you, Erica.
Yeah, I'm happy to respond to the first question. So, yeah, we have the same problem with domestic and family violence in Australia in that we have, a really small proportion of people coming forward and seeking support. The majority, and an unknown number really, that experience it and are unable to seek support for various reasons. We do have some research that looks at what some of the barriers are for people to seek support, and often it can be as a result of their financial situation. So not having the freedom to leave an abusive partner. It can also be as a result of judgment or fear of community backlash as well. Also wanting to focus on maintaining a family unit, looking after children, thinking about them first. And so there's a range of factors that women will feel that, they don't want to report because they've assessed the safety risk for them as being more dangerous to leave. And what we also find in our evidence base is that often the point at which a woman leaves her partner, it can be the most dangerous time. That's where we see the highest rates or the greatest risk of a partner murdering their partner. And so that's, there's, I guess, a range of risk factors, but we're still grappling with that as well. And but just trying to build an evidence base and understand,
Thank you. Thank you on that. Yes, we finished with questions. I'm sorry, we don't have time, apologies. But during tea break, we can chat with the colleagues. The second question, I think, is a broad question on whether the general observation or comments by the treaty bodies to the governments, does that help the NHRIs in pushing the integration agenda? If I got that correct, yes. So yesterday I heard Commissioner Prof. Azia mention in Malaysia struggling to advise the government, but any one example here you want to share that the treaty body recommendation, you use it to push the government even more? That's the question. Is it helpful? Or the government doesn't bother? Yeah, you want to say something about?
Treaty body's recommendation is like treaty body's recommendations as concluding observation is important to push our regulation for government. And Indonesia has pushed some concluding observation from such as ECOSOC committee and political and civil rights committee, and we cooperate with the special rapporteur to join advocation together to push the government of Indonesia. And some of recommendation has implementing with the government of Indonesia, because they rarely afraid with the recommendation from the committee.
They are afraid?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. So governments are afraid of the international recommendation. That's a good idea to push it. Okay, if I don't see any other hands, we can come to give a big hand to our 4 panelists for a very good intervention. Thank you to all our commissioners and directors. With that, I hand over the floor back to the chair for the conclusion.
Thank you so much. You listened to the very extensive presentation by our panelists. I wish we could have given more time to them. But I believe since they have papers, if those papers are handed over to the Human Rights Commission, and that will come up in the proceeding report. So I request the panelists to hand over to the papers that they have with them. I listened very attentively to the presentation given by this distinguished panelist. Very creative work is being done in different institutions. And getting to know that the works are being done, for instance, the work by Human Rights Commission of India on protection of widows and other issues that you have raised are very pertinent. And the increase of women in higher education, technical education, and their involvement in security services is a very noteworthy and positive development taking place in India. Recently, I listened to the observation made by Honorable Chief Justice of India. He was giving the demographic transition of the judiciary in India. The lower judiciary, the district judiciary, there is so much increase of women judges and officers in the lower judiciary. The demographic transition is witnessed very, very rapidly in India, which Madam also highlighted. And coming to Indonesia, Hariji, you talked about the role played by the Human Rights Commission on Protection of Human Rights Defenders. That's a very praiseworthy work of the institution. National Human Rights Commission of Nepal has also conducted some work on that area. They have brought out some policy or draft legislation on protection of human rights defenders, and a lot of other works like on disability issues, migrant worker issues, and amicus curiae submission to the court. These are very praiseworthy work. And Maria, you gave the view of the ombudsman that is mentioned in your constitution. It's a little different institution in the sense that the ombudsman has a quasi-judicial function, as you rightly mentioned. So there are possibilities of tinkering and playing with the constitution and having provision where Human Rights Commission can also play a quasi-judicial function. If that is the possibility, then maybe outcome monitoring, to say the least, could be one area that could be taken by Human Rights Commission. When we talk about outcome monitoring, this includes outcome monitoring of the recommendation that Human Rights Commissions have made, or the outcome monitoring of the decisions that the court have handed down. This is one area probably Human Rights Commission could look into. And Erica, you talked about various work undertaken by the Commission in Australia, the inquiry on sexual harassment, economic modeling that you are talking about. I didn't very clearly understand what you covered in economic modeling, but I believe these are very interesting work that the Human Rights Commission is taking up. Now, based on the observation that the distinguished panelists have made, I have a couple points to make. First is the mandate given by the constitution or laws to NHRIs. That matters a lot. And you generally, NHRIs, as I believe as a judge, will confine to the jurisdiction given by their respective constitution and laws. But again, the percolation of human rights law into the domestic legalism gives a scope for expansion of activities by Human Rights Commission. Given the fact that I just bring the example from Nepal. The constitution of Nepal allows Human Rights Commission to have some role on the application and implementation of international instruments. If that is the role given to human rights instruments, that will enable Human Rights Commission to make headway into and examine activities that are not in consonance with the international norm and make recommendation. And what came up in the presentation was that the respective human rights institutions are playing the role of knowledge hub, knowledge institutions, creating knowledge, disseminating knowledge to the communities. This is one area where most of the institutions have worked, and that certainly pertains to gender justice, gender inclusion, and other activities that the human rights institution could take up. So, and if human rights institution work as knowledge hub, then probably media, and take media on their side, because dissemination of knowledge and will help media to understand the actual situation on the ground. And then that will create pressure to respective government to really implement human rights instrument and laws. This is one observation that I would like to make. And protection of human rights defender is a crucial issue, very crucial issue. And if you raise, as defender, if you raise human rights issues, there are chances of the defenders being framed in some legal disputes, or he'll fall in trap, he or she will fall in trap. and embroiled in litigation or maybe some terrorist and anti-terrorist legislation or some sort of legislation. These are also happening in some of the jurisdiction in Asia-Pacific regions. So protection of human rights defenders is a crucial issue for human rights institutions, and that will also help them to talk to the government regarding policy review. Another issue that comes to my mind is the how to do with the recommendation, what to do with the recommendation, and if recommendations are not implemented, do you really repeat it? How do you go about it? These are the major issues that human rights institutions are facing. There is no shortcut to this. There is no easy answer to this. But taking the larger community and through the media is one of the way out that they could look into. And finally, some issues have global significance, but there are local issues as well. Very painful issues. For instance, witchcraft. Witchcraft is not an issue, may not be an issue in Australia, but it is an issue in Nepal and India. And Chowpadi is a big issue in Nepal. So how do you handle these local issues as well? Local issues are not local issues per se. They may be local issues in their incidence, but not in impact. They have very huge impact for the society and protecting vulnerable people, vulnerable victims, survivors is a crucial issue that human rights institution could take up and also look into the policy review. This is what I would like to say from my position. Thank you.
Thank you all the speakers for the informative presentation. In recognition of the valuable insights shared by all the speakers, we'd like to present a token of appreciation. To offer this recognition, I'd like to invite on stage the Commissioner of NHRC Nepal, Honorable Dr. Surya Dungel. I'd like to request Honorable Commissioner Mihir Thakur to come on stage and offer this recognition to the chair of the session. I'd like to request the chair of the session, Dr. Anand Mohan Bhattrai, to offer this recognition to all our panelists. I request the speakers to come forward. Ms. Erika Powell. Honorable Commissioner Hari Kurniwan. Honorable Deputy Provider Maria Marilia Axidio da Costa. Thank you all the speakers. Now, before leaving for a tea break, we have a message for our distinguished dignitaries from NHRIs. If you are interested in contributing to drafting the Kathmandu Declaration, we will have a meeting at 5 p.m. today evening. So if you're interested, you can give your names to us. And we would also encourage one representative from civil society in Nepal to participate in this discussion. Honorable Mariam Muna, the President of the Human Rights Commission of Maldives. The discussion will be facilitated by Ms. Binda Mogar, who is the Assistant Resident Representative at UNDP Nepal. And as panelists, we are honored to have Ms. Won Yong Hong, the Country Representative of UNFPA Nepal, Honorable Alfina Viuki, the Commissioner of the Fiji Human Rights and Anti-Discrimination Commission, Ms. Rosa Tose CLC, the Director of the Human Rights Unit at the Ombudsman of Samoa, and Ms. Sonali Regmi, a noted gender expert in Nepal. I request all the speakers to come forward on stage.
Thank you so much, Sadek for welcoming us. Good morning, everyone, and I have a pleasure to facilitate this all-women panel. So give a big round of applause for these all wonderful women leaders from around the world, and very privileged to also facilitate this panel discussion today. So without a further ado, we are already, I think, a little bit late in terms of starting the discussion. I would like to start with a very warm introduction of all the panel members as well as the chairperson for this session. So as informed by the moderator previously, Honorable Mariam Muna, our respected President, National Human Rights Commission of Maldives, will be a chair of this panel discussion, and just to briefly share about her experiences and also how she has been contributing in terms of the human rights. So it has been a long history in terms of her experience since her work also focuses on promoting and protecting human rights within the Maldives, addressing issues such as civil liberties, gender equality, and justice for marginalized communities. I would also like to highlight briefly one point that her role in improving the human rights conditions and ensuring that the rights enshrined in the international and national framework are upheld, it has been very instrumental. So I would like to welcome the chair of this panel discussion, Honorable Muna. I would also like to introduce briefly our other panel members for today. Honorable Alfine Viuki, our commissioner from Fiji. She has spent around 32 years of her professional life as a career civil servant, and she first entered the civil service as a secondary school teacher under the Ministry of Education. So you can see the depth of experience she brings, starting from her career and now serving as one of the prominent noted commissioner in Fiji. So I will not elaborate more on that because we will hear from her in terms of her experience in Fiji. I would also like to introduce Ms. Rosa Tose Soisi, Director of Human Rights Unit, Ombudsman of somehow. So thank you for joining us. Miss Rosa is the director, and she has extensive experience working in various government agencies and organizations within the community development, law and justice, and business sectors. And we will hear more about the work and her experience during the discussion. I would also like to introduce Ms. Sonali Regmi, a noted gender expert. I know her since quite a long time in Nepal, and she has been an extremely valuable human rights lawyer and who has over 20 years of experience in advocating women's rights in Nepal. And she also had contributed a lot in terms of the policy formulations, program design, and all. And last but not the least, I would like to also introduce Yong Hong, UNFPA, my apology, UNFPA representative for Nepal. And she brings a wealth of experience, not only now here in Nepal, but also she has worked in Bangladesh and other countries. And we will hear more about her experiences in the due course of time. Now, without a further ado, I would like to request Honorable Chair for this panel discussion to shed a light on the session itself. It says enhancing the external works of NHRIs. We have been hearing about the issues of NHRIs and how we should be working internally and externally to promote human rights of women and marginalized groups. So we will be very delighted to hear from you if you can shed some light. And I would request if you also could limit yourself for 5 to 7 minutes in the beginning so that we will also get a little bit of time to discuss and get questions from the audiences. Thank you. Over to you, ma'am.
Thank you very much. I would like to express my sincere gratitude for the Nepal NHRC for allowing me to be present here today as the chairperson of this esteemed panel. It's indeed a lovely feeling here. So I would like to thank all of you on that side. So looking at the topic today, why is it so important for us to talk about gender-based violence and sexual violence in this Asia-Pacific region? If you look at it, there are certain alarming statistics which states that for around 11 to 64% of women have at their lifetime experienced some sort of sexual violence with their partners as well. So this is an alarming stat that we should consider that we take certain action towards combating these issues. Also, there are further studies that has been done in this Asia-Pacific region. There's one study which is it states the perpetrators' confessions, which states that it was done among 6 Asia-Pacific countries, and then the study found the findings were that 4 of every 6 men who had done confessions in this study stated that they have somehow raped their partners. So I think these are alarming situations and alarming statistics that we should take this matter into consideration. And as NHRIs, what we can do is, since our role is very much dependent upon how state actors are acting and how cooperative the actors are, the state institutions are, we should always have a good relationship with these state actors in combating these issues. And to bringing in, when we're talking about protecting, promoting, reporting, and advocacy for this matter, I think there has to be certain standards that should be set in all countries. So in doing so, NHRIs, it is important for us to be always present with our internal and external stakeholders and always have a robust communication going on in between in order to combat the situation, identify the gaps, and always look for a proactive matter or manner in which we could handle or try to work towards elimination of these issues. although there are laws specifically for protection of gender-based violence in countries, we often see that the statistics are never coming down. There are issues forever persistent. So it should be either way, not only laws can handle it or do the cure that we need, but we also need a lot of advocacy and a lot of information that has to be, passed on down the line. So I think that is very important in this for NHRIs. And it is an important role for NHRIs to always be engaged in the advocacy work. Coming to gender-based violence, oftentimes we see that victims of gender-based violence often revert from their claims. They tend to claim to a certain extent, but very limited. But then again, they tend to take back their claims because of a number of reasons. Number one would be mostly the stigma behind it. Stigma because within the society which limits this cause. So we have to, the NHRI's role needs to be strengthened, and we have to have a lot of advocacy programs to tackle the problem of stigma within the societies. Another reason we find often is that empowerment of women in society. And the financial independence and empowerment of women will be key in tackling these issues. So I think in policy making and decision making tables, there should always be interventions done by NHRIs in order to facilitate means by which women could be more empowered so that they are not victimized because of this reason. Also, very interestingly, we can see that when we look at the victims of gender-based violence, oftentimes we can see highly educated people being victims of gender-based violence or domestic violence. What are the reasons behind it? The stigma and the dependency on their spouses or partners, and also the support system within the country or within the society. So if they're supposed to leave an abusive partner, do we have the adequate resources to tackle, or the adequate resources that would support our children? So that is number one question. And do we have a support mechanism to finance for the education of our children? So all these systems should be interlinked, and then there should be a holistic approach within the society to tackle these problems. So the issue is very grave, and it is connected, and it is at the heart of our NHRIs, and we should always be engaged with our local, national, and international partners in order to tackle these problems. I would like to highlight that so far there have been a lot of progress made, but then in terms of laws and policies and regulations, but then in practice the issue is persistent to a great extent. So in order to do this, we should be continuously engaged with our international partners like treaty bodies, and then ensure that the state responsibilities are being taken care of. It is the role of NHRIs to make sure that the treaty body recommendations for example, CEDAW recommendations for states being implemented. Oftentimes we see that it is just a reporting time period, and then again there will be few things done here and there, not very meaningful, but then for the name's sake some things will be done by states. So it is the role of NHRIs to ensure that these steps are taken in a meaningful manner. So I think that is very important, and obviously we being discussing this topic today here is that we all are concerned about it, and it is connected to all of us in this room, that the prevailing issue. So I think we have to have an understanding, and we have to deal with it in a very tactical manner, and then new innovative methods. As we go along today in the panel, our esteemed panel members will be discussing further about how we could approach further to enhance these mechanisms. Thank you. Yeah.
Thank you so much, Chair, for setting the stage, and very happy that we heard about the data and also the laws and policies, the situations, the stigma, and also how NHRIs could work to address these issues. So very well said, and very good background in terms of starting the panel discussion today. So with these contexts in place, I would like to request, if I may start with Honorable Elifini Vuki from Fiji, to share. We heard from the chair about the situations. So based on your experience in Fiji, could you share with us about the interventions that you have carried out for protection, promotion, and monitoring and reporting of sexual and gender-based violence? And also, if you could shed some light, your interventions, how you have addressed sexual and reproductive health rights issues also of women and marginalized group. That will be great. I know I'm asking too much in a start, but you could decide to stop at around 5 to 7 minutes, and we could come again as a second round of questions to further elaborate in the question. So, Madam, over to you. Yeah, if you wish to come to podium, yes, you are, please welcome.
Greetings from Fiji. First, I would like to thank the Nepal, sorry for the mispronunciation, the Nepal Human Rights Commission, the Honorable Prime Minister, and the people of Nepal for inviting us from Fiji and for your very warm and gracious hospitality. We count ourselves truly blessed to be here. This is my first time, and the chairs as well. We find this place very intriguing, fascinating, and amazing. I'll go straight because of the time limit. I'd simply like to introduce my country. The geography, it's 322 islands, 110 permanently inhabited. It's 22 degrees south of the equator, so climate-wise, it's tropical. It's prone regularly to hurricanes, severe floods, flash floods, sea level rise. So climate change is a real and genuine concern. Population-wise, we are less than 1,929,766. That's the official 2022 statistics. Male, 65.4%. Female, 68.5%. Then we have the third gender, the rainbow people. These are the LGBT. They are not captured in these statistics. They remain invisible, extremely marginalized, and very vulnerable. So we work with this vulnerable minority amongst the minorities that we have. In relation to the Paris Principles, it urges that the role of the NHRIs needs to work in collaboration with other institutions. So we'd like to emphasize what has already been repeated, that NHRIs cannot promote and protect human rights alone. We need relationships and partnership with others. There's two benefits of this, because when your government doesn't want to give you the funds, your external stakeholders can provide donor funds and technical assistance if you do not have technical assistance in areas of expertise in your own region. So the external stakeholders are in a position to provide technical assistance. That is our experience. And also, if the local circumstances change, and then you find that you are under assault, you are being attacked, people that were once friendly, or even the government, are no longer friendly to you, then you will rely on your external stakeholders to advocate for you in the international and regional global arena for your own protection. Now, in terms of the Fiji experience, the strengthening of the external functions of the NHRIs is absolutely reliable on the strength and capacity of the internal resources of the NHRI. The budget has already been mentioned. It is crucial that you get the right budget. For us in Fiji, we are constitutionally entrenched. We also have a legislation, so the state is constitutionally obliged to provide us funding, but our experience has been of late that when we request the budget from the government, they do not give us exactly what we asked for. They give us a little bit, which does not take us to acquire the strength and capacity that we want to acquire. So one is budget. The other is that if you have the right budget, then you need, in terms of the staffing, to get the right skill set and people with the appropriate knowledge, because if you don't, it will also impact on the quality of work that you need to do. Now, having done that, you got the budget right, assuming you got the staff right, right skill set, right knowledge, right credentials, then there's a problem, and it's to do with the leadership. In our experience, leadership is very, very critical. The Fiji experience has been that if you have the wrong leadership, am I out of time? No. That if you have the wrong leadership, this can prove to be disastrous and endanger the professional integrity and life of the Commission. So leadership is critical in terms of the functioning of the NHRA and in terms of the external delivery, because the NHRA must be seen to be independent. Once it loses that independence, it loses its credibility. I will quickly move on. We have engaged in fostering healthy working relationships. At the local level, we've worked with the prison and the corrections institution very closely. I'll just tell you an example. For 10 years, they refused. They refused us to work with them, to come and do inspections or to investigate complaints from prison. But this year, we managed to hold several meetings with them. They allowed us to carry out familiarization visits with all the 15 prison facilities. Don't forget that we also have women criminals. They also need to be attended to. And in July, our chairperson, he's sitting right here, he signed a memorandum of understanding with the commissioner of the correctional facilities. In relation to the monitoring, international reporting, we have reported to the treaty body on CEDAW in 2018. And recently, in July 2024, we made a report to the Human Rights Council for the Universal Periodic Review. Also, in national reporting, we report to the parliamentarians by way of the Parliamentarian Select Committee. So recently, we submitted our response to two bills. One was the Child Justice and Child Care and Protection Bill. And so that's were examples of how we work with government. We also work through the press statements, not only to monitor human rights violations so that we can respond to them, but we also raise, through using the press, human rights awareness in the public domain. In remote communities, we promote a culture of rights. Given our limited capacity, we work with our external stakeholders. We have a project called REACH. This is just an example. The UNDP helps us to implement it. The European Union and Japan provides the funds for it. And so our staff go out into the remote communities. So what they do is that they teach them on individual rights and collective group rights, so that the human rights community-led project strengthens and empowers them to recognize and take ownership in addressing their human rights issues. Now, in terms of gender-based violence, very horrific in Fiji. 2 out of 3 women in Fiji suffer physical and sexual violence. We help in terms of working with the police, working with the victims to get domestic violence restraining order. We also work closely with sex workers and the LGBTI groups. We're also focusing now on an emerging and very grave issue, which is to do with online violence and bullying. Recently, a transgender committed suicide because of the online bullying and violence against him. So we're hoping to establish very soon a workshop on online bullying and online violence. In terms of sexual and reproductive rights of marginalized groups because of climate change, our staff work with the remote communities concerning their rights to water. We found out that because of the lack of water, in relation particular to women, a grave concern has been that the lack of water has brought hygiene challenges, particularly during their menstruation cycle. So what we did was on International Menstrual Hygiene Day, we raised awareness on International Menstrual Hygiene Day by conducting advertisements in the newspaper. We also, in terms of reporting, we've been writing letters to the Prime Minister in relation to the need for him and his government to pay more attention to the human rights institution being a state institution to comply fully with the Paris principles. I apologize that I have to rush through. If I really don't make any sense, please forgive me.
Thank you so much, Honorable Vuki. You have also given a very broad picture of the work in Fiji, and this is very helpful, and definitely I know that there will be a lot of questions from the audience also, and I will come back to you with the follow-up questions in the second round. Thank you so much for this. Now, I would like to move to Ms. Yong, if I may, since Honorable Vuki had mentioned about the work in Fiji, but also the work that they have done with the different stakeholders, including the government, media, and also with the development partners. In this context, like, how do you assess the support of the development agencies in NHRIs in building the institutional capacity building, if I may, and also to implement the programs that are aligned with the strategic priorities of the NHRIs? How do you see, based on your experience, you could also respond based on the work that you have been doing also here in Nepal with the National Human Rights Commission. So over to you, Yong.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon to you all, or good morning to you all. I have no idea what time it is, but my name is Young. I'm the head of the UNFPA in Nepal. I originally coming from South Korea. I am resident of the Malaysia. I studied in Singapore. I worked in the Bangladesh and Laos in Asia. And I'm now in the Nepal. So I really welcome all of you who are really defending the human rights across the entire Asia-Pacific region. It is my honor to see you all. I'm not an expert, but if I just recall, it was 2009. I was in Cape Town because I'm married to South African. I got a phone call from the Minister of Law in Bangladesh. And then the Secretary of the Law at that time, she called me to break the news. Human Rights Commission Act was passed after 10 years of the struggle. And at that moment, I never forget the joy. If I was alone, I could literally dancing on the street. It's 10 years for us to be able to advocate, to establish the Human Rights Commission in Bangladesh. It took 10 years. And then since then, that time I was with the UNDP, I was directly supporting the Human Rights Commission. Honorable Commissioner mentioned about the Fiji, extra budget support, technical support. We also advocate from the Ministry of Finance, through the President Office, etc. We really have done everything. And gradually, the Bangladeshi government increased the capacity of the Human Rights Commission, and also the cases were brought up to the commission, and then they literally deliver those reporting and then advice to other ministry. And then also they manage extremely well the UPR process, everybody familiar with. So every 4 years, Bangladesh, that time the Human Rights Commission really made the effort, multi-sectorial and including civil society, examine the data, examine those progress, and they put forward those independent report as part of the UPR process in Bangladesh. That was quite a lessons learned. And I have seen number of human rights commissions since then. I worked in the Mozambique, which is a different setting, and I worked in Malawi, different setting, and I came to Nepal, also different setting. Every single commission has different types of the legal the foundation, and so mandate and authorities are slightly different from one country to the other. But they have one common challenges. I'm afraid it may not go anytime soon, which is every single human rights institution continues struggling with adequate resources, human resources, institutional resources, financial resources, sometimes in the space of the building, to be able to respond to increasing range of human rights issue in the country, in the region, and globally. I'm afraid it is not going anywhere soon, because every single country, while they are committed, they're also struggling with their own resource constraint. And after coronavirus, all we have seen it, every single government is really struggling to find the resources. So what I want to also ask the question, we don't have the solution, but we have a question is, on top of the development partner traditionally, conventionally, trying to fill the gap and also empower all of your agency to be able to increase the knowledge, increase human resources, etc. What else we also need to do to be able to support you better? So one area I was thinking, I really admire the very brave, impartial, independent, objective reporting of every single human rights institution. And I'm also very much impressed that a lot of human rights institutions go to the community to be able to inform them about the right. But sometimes I wonder whether do we have the right languages to make them to internalize, relate to those issues to their life. And also those information unpacked is the right way we can communicate. So we're talking about one of the things I really want to share with you. About 5-6 years ago, demographic dividend was the jargon. And it was the things in the global international community. And then if everybody asking today, how do you define, how do you explain to the community demographic dividend? Because that was the time the youth issue came right after in many other countries, youth were demanding services, etc. Still today, I don't think global community could actually pinpoint and then translate. Since I'm, sitting next to the both the lady commissioner from Pacific region, I want to know what is the word I can explain. Age of the 16 girl who just finished maybe middle school, who has no idea about convention 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, GDP, whatever. How can I explain to her what it means the demographic dividend in investment in my life? We don't have the languages. Many of the human rights reporting, it is very good for experts level, but there is a limitation, individual people, because everybody doesn't need every single human right today at the same time. Everybody value differently. Everybody prioritize differently. What is the issue we can discuss with them in their own language at their level, but also I can take back to my own level of the work? It is a big question. We also do a lot of press release, media intervention, etc. Majority of the demographic proportion is given to the young people in this world. Globally, 8 billion people, majority are young people, majority are not reading newspaper. But our media, still communication remain traditional media. Nobody read it, particularly young people. They don't even read more than 3 minutes. How are we going to continue to say we are communicating communicating with the young people to constitute our constituency fully backed by young people. We really need a different innovative communication. Because second part, if a government is struggling, give us the resources, support our mandate. We need one particular group of people need to support us to really justify our existence, our authority, our mandate. Who are? Citizens. The citizen. If I don't have resources, so we call, for example, digital violences. Most of the NHRI do not have the expertise to looking for IP address, tracking down who did it. We don't have it. Not that I say we have to do everything. If we don't have it, usually we go for donor agency. If a donor agency don't have the fund, where we need to go? The citizen, our supporter, the supporter who can bring their knowledges and their voices. Do we have enough alliances who are diversified, much more equipped than us, but much more can be powerful in the communicating their own constituency? Well, we are too much within our comfort zone. We have actively looking for how are we going to build our alliances with the individual citizens who need human rights protection, but who can also violate the protection daily life, but at the same time, they can stand with us to really advocate certain human rights issue in a peaceful, democratic manner. Partnership strategy is a big question in 21st century, and we really need to examine beyond the constraint we will continue the experience, how are we going to go beyond the traditional donor, we can build alliances. The two questions we can actually discuss further. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Yong, for a really elaborated response touching on various issues linking with the resources and also our way of working and also the strategy that we could follow for the partnership going forward. So with this, now I would like to move to Ms. Rosa, if I may. We heard about the Fiji and also we heard from Yong regarding the development partners and also the strategies that we could take forward to really working on protecting and promoting human rights of women and marginalized groups. Well, discussing on this protection, promotion and monitoring, and also we touched briefly about the reporting also on eliminating sexual and gender-based violence. What do you think, what are the major challenges you see when you work in your respective country? What has worked and what kind of challenges you still see when you are working in your country when we talk about the protection of gender-based violence or sexual and reproductive health rights, if I may put straight for you. Over to you.
Thank you, Madam. Distinguished guests, esteemed colleagues, Namaste, Talofa, Talofa, Talofa Lava from Samoa, the heart of the Pacific. Well, in terms of challenges, Samoa echoes the same challenges as identified by Sonji and also my sister from Fiji. The challenges in misinterpretation of the languages, the treaties, and also, the conventions that many of us have ratified and are a member of. So with this misinterpretation, although we contextualize the languages into our own cultures and into our own environment and our spaces, however, it is still further subject to contradictions and clashes with our cultures and with our other competing priorities. The other challenge that we encounter as an NHRI is our mandate, whereby we do not have enforcement powers. We can only recommend, but we do not enforce. Well, as alluded to by our panel here, there will always be issues around lack of staff. Around the lack of staff comes the issue of capacity. We may have trained and continue to be trained on HR practices, HR trends, HR mechanisms, interventions. However, if we do not have the capacity of the people that we intend to be informed with these interventions, with these mechanisms, that will not go anywhere. And there will also be challenges around the inability to change people's mindset, which is often relates to our cultural upbringing. We have to respect the elders, you have to obey, you have to listen. In saying that, however, Samoa is a member to multiple global and regional treaties and agreements that promote gender equality and empowerment of women and girls. That's how important these issues of gender-based violence, recognition of our children, recognition of persons with disabilities. That's how important these issues and matters are to our government. As a member of the United Nations, Samoa accepts the provision of the Universal Declaration of Human Rights and the UN Charter. Other international agreements and obligations include the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development and the Sustainable Goals, the Beijing Platform of Action, and others. To date, Samoa is a party to 6 of the 9 core human rights conventions. These include CEDAW, CRC, CRBD, CPED, ICCPR, and CAT. As a signatory and party to 6 of the 9 conventions, together with other international agreements relating to climate change, trade, labor, and others, Samoa is obliged to undertake the legal rights and obligations contained in these treaties. Samoa's NHRI was established in 2013 when the Ombudsman's Act was amended to include the NHRI function. Traditionally, the role of the office was ensuring good governance as practiced by the government administrations. As such, a maladministration decision affecting the personal capacity of the employee gives the office the right to step in to investigate and provide advice as to whether such decision was right or wrong. The Act was also amended to include special investigation function, which allows the office to receive, investigate, and determine complaints about an officer of a disciplinary force. Therefore, protection powers are seen under these 2 functions in ensuring that human rights are realized and must not be violated. Our NHRI promotes human rights, education, and awareness across the country through general awareness programs, National Human Rights Day, which is carried out on the 10th December annually, training workshops, parliamentarians dialogue, social media, media campaigns, press releases, youth forums, competitions, the list can go on. These mediums target audience in the likes of schools, students and teachers alike, public, village communities, government ministries, SOEs, parliamentarians and the judiciary, NGOs and CSO, specific groups, vulnerable groups such as persons with disability, women and girls, etc. Practically, the target is everyone. With regards to monitoring, we monitor the progress of our country in realizing human rights by working together with our government counterparts. For instance, our Ministry of Women, Community and Social Development will be reporting on CEDAW, which would have measures that government has undertaken in order to ensure that its obligation under the treaty are met. Recently, we provided an alternative report on a submission by our government with regard to the Convention on the Protection of All Persons Against Enforced Disappearance. As an NHRI, we further provided recommendations to further ease compliance for our government, such as compiling all pieces of legislation to mirror the Convention rather than having various pieces of legislation housing various sections relating to the Convention. Other way of monitoring is through our annual mandated reporting on status of human rights. The office submits a status of human rights report adopting a thematic approach, and this is submitted to the Parliament with recommendations. The office since 2015 have written at least 8 status of human rights reports, which has provided many recommendations to the government and Parliament on ways to better enhance their compliance with the human rights treaties to which it has agreed to. Additionally, Another monitoring is the inspection of detention places, which the office conducts yearly to ensure that the state's application for the detainees are complied with and are in line with the international prison standards under the Mandela rules. Finally, in partnership with APF, we are piloting an APF initiative known as Human Rights Community-Led Approach. It is a community-led approach where NHRI work with communities to identify human rights issues. This gives community spaces to create effective solutions to address their human rights issues. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ms. Soma Rosa, for these very interesting insights from your country. Now, I would like to quickly go to Sonali ji. You heard a lot from different countries and also from the perspective of the development partners. Based on your own experience at national and international level, what do you think, what innovative approaches or strategies have proven successful in advocating for eliminating sexual and gender-based violence and also to promote sexual and reproductive health rights of marginalized groups? Could we hear something like in terms of what we have not heard from the panel member? Over to you.
Thank you, Bindaji. Sabale namaste. Good afternoon, everybody. Yeah, it's afternoon. I'd first like to thank NHRC for giving this opportunity to speak on behalf of the civil society. And I see so many faces that we have worked together here, and they all have their learnings too. So my learnings basically, it was very difficult to kind of choose what learnings I would want to share here today at this esteemed panel. So I kind of am going to put in a few from Nepal, a few from outside, and trying to say what has really been working. So the first strategy, or I'm not going to go into details or not going to talk about the different strategies in a strategic manner, but more in terms of case studies and examples that have worked. So the first example that I would like to share is about the functioning of OCMC, that is One-Stop Crisis Management Centers here in Nepal, which has been established under the premises of the Ministry of Health, and it is across all 77 districts, functional, effective in a few, overcoming challenges in others. But in terms of innovative strategy, what is innovative here is because it's one place where once the victim or the survivor comes to, they have legal support, they have access to health support, the most important thing, and then moving on to psychosocial counseling and referrals as necessary. Referrals to the police, if they've not come from the police, then referrals to the police, as well as referrals to shelters. I have been here listening to, and not only in this session, but even in the previous session, and even the chair kind of started with talking about response mechanisms. So probably this is one space of response mechanism. And one of these OCMCs, what they've started with is also counseling, psychosocial counseling for the perpetrators, so as to ensure that there is no repetition or recidivism in terms of repeating the offense, and also trying to make sure that the environment that is around the victim or the survivor is safer. So this is the innovative strategy in terms of that. The other example that comes is again from Nepal in terms of establishing a reproductive health rights working group, which is chaired by the National Women Commission. And the members of this are civil society organizations. The secretariat lies with one of the civil society organizations. There are UN partners, there are INGOs, and National Human Rights Commission also is a part of this. National Human Rights Commission of Nepal is also a part of this particular group. And what this group has actually done is coming together and advocating for promoting and protecting reproductive rights, not only of generically women and girls, but even of marginalized groups, and in specific the LGBTQI community as well as women with disabilities. And those two are also part of this particular group. And together what they did was they kind of supported in the drafting and advocacy and lobbying for the enactment of the Safe Motherhood and Right to Reproductive Health Rights Act in Nepal. So that's again an innovative strategy of all different partners coming together and advocating for something stronger in terms of a legislation and its implementation as well. So now, they're working together with the Ministry of Health, and even medical practitioners are part of this group. So it's kind of a holistic group. So for the national level, that's one. And very recently, under the aegis of Ministry of Women, Children and Social Welfare here in Nepal, a GBV prevention and response coordination mechanism has been established at the national level and 3 at the provincial level, which are bringing together the different stakeholders, including relevant line ministries, in order to address gender-based violence, sexual and gender-based violence in a whole, as well as also bringing in development partners, national institutions, national human rights institutions, together with UN agencies. So again, this is a very new approach towards, addressing SGBV in Nepal. When I moved to the international level, and that's where the challenge comes, there were so many examples, and I actually chose 2, and that's because they give a lot of insights into the newer spaces. So the first one, which is called the, it's called the International Development Innovation Alliance, and it includes bilateral, multilateral, philanthropic organizations and CSOs, which are sharing innovative strategies and best practices to address and tackle gender inequality and address and eliminate SGBV. So if you go to their website, you'll see a lot of examples there, and they have established a database of 14,000 innovations. I'm trying to say there are 14,000 innovations to tackle SGBV. And just to name a few, so the first one, which I thought was really innovative and new, is called the Sahas app and chatbot, which is a directory of support across 196 countries, a database of guidance, notes on understanding gender-based violence, as well as over 40,000 organizations offering medical, legal, education, employment, resources including food, shelter, clothing, and emergency support. The second I would like to mention is the I Unite campaign. Then we also have, very interestingly, the Healing in Harmony, which comes from the Democratic Republic of Congo and also in Turkey, where what they do is they work with the victims and survivors of SGBV in creating music to overcome the stress. And one of the most favorite ones that I would really like to share here is it's called Judge Jodi. It's a cartoon series in El Salvador where they are targeting children between the ages of 6 and 9, very interestingly. And it is broadcasted on commercial television worldwide, and it uses education entertainment to change normative values. So I thought these were like newer, innovative strategies. And the other one that I would quickly like to mention is the DFID, started program which is called What Works to Prevent Violence Against Women and Girls. And it supports primary prevention efforts across Asia and Africa that seek to understand and address the underlying causes of violence and then stop it from occurring as well. So generating evidence, evaluation of existing interventions, and the most important thing about this program is it estimates social and economic cost of violence against women and girls and developing the economic case for investing in prevention. So I kind of looked at all the parts from prevention to response. Of course, I started with response because that's where more work is needed. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Sonali-ji, for these elaborated examples and also the innovative ideas, not only in Nepal, but globally. I hope this has also generated a little bit of insights in the audience and wanted to ask questions to the esteemed panel members. So with this, before going to the second round, I would like to now open the floor for anyone who is interested to ask a question or anything burning after listening to the panel members. Please raise your hand, feel free. Yes, I could see at the back. Yes, please. I will take 4 first, and then we will go to the second row and see how the time goes with us. Please, mic pass गरिदिनुस् न लास्टमा. And also, no elaboration, if I may request, indicate your name and institution and the panel member to whom you want to pose the question.
Thank you so much for the speech of all the panelists. Actually, my queries is, there are so many regional mechanisms for the protection and promotion of human rights, such as European Court, Inter-American Commission, even we have the Arab Human Rights Committee and so on. Unfortunately, we don't have any effective state mechanism in the Asia Pacific which are working for the protection and promotion of human rights. In this context, how NHRIs of the Asia Pacific region can facilitate to the state to work for the form the regional state mechanism for the protection and promotion of human rights. Why not after this conference, all NHRIs shall work together to form the regional mechanism? Thank you.
Manjuji, can you please also indicate to whom you are asking this question?
Actually, my queries is all the panelists.
Okay. Okay, thank you. I saw, yes, Haju, Suniji. Eta, Sunijiलाई यता दिनुस् न प्लिज माइक. या. Sorry, विजयजी, हजुर.
यहाँहरूलाई सबैलाई नमस्कार. अब हाम्रो अतिथि पाहुनाहरूलाई पनि नेपालमा स्वागत गर्न चाहन्छु. मेरो पर्सन चाहिँ यो, मेरो नाम चाहिँ मीनादेवी सोप, म दलित आयोगको सदस्य. मैले चाहिँ यो तेस्रो लिङ्गीलाई तपाईहरुको सरकारले कसरी हेरेको छ र उहाँहरुको अधिकारको बारेमा उहाँहरुले जो पाउनु पर्ने अधिकार छ उहाँहरुले पाउनु भएको छ कि छैन भन्ने मात्रै मेरो प्रश्न छ हजुरहरुलाई.
Okay, maybe quickly I will just translate this question from the audience. There is a question regarding the rights of the LGBTIQ community, how it is being addressed at your respective countries. So maybe one of you could respond. हजुर यतातिर विजयजी हजुर.
Thank you, Madam Facilitator. Good morning, good afternoon. Namaste. I'm Bijaya Rai-Shrestha. I am a returnee migrant myself. I represent an organization of returnee women migrant workers group. And my question will be for our Miss Won Young for the UNFPA Nepal country representative, because I need to know from Nepal representative. So, but thank you for all the panelists for the wonderful presentation. It's an opportunity to know how NHRIs are working around the world, and it's a privilege for us to learn about this. So my question is, since yesterday I'm listening to all the panelists, but as I'm working on migration, I've not heard about anything about migrants. Nepal is a kind of, Nepal's economy, the third largest, the economy is from remittances sent by migrant workers, right? So the thing is that today, talking about the human rights of migrant workers, I just want to, and Ms. Young was just now explaining about the resources, the shrinking resources, especially for CSOs, right? Nepal did not die. Nepal survived in the 10 years of conflict. Nepal is surviving now in the financial crisis because of the economy, because of the remittances sent by migrant workers. But is UNFPA, other UN organizations, investing enough for this group of people for their basic human rights? Women migrant workers are dying in the country of destination because they are not enjoying their basic human rights in the country of destination. Not enough is done for them. And civil societies like us in our country, so I just want to know if UNFPA and the other UN organizations in Nepal, how much they are investing, investing on this kind of CSOs who are working on that. About the international human rights conventions, these migrant workers need these conventions. Like, how much are the UNFPA and the UN organizations are investing on these issues? And how much is the pressure that are you all creating to our government to ratify these conventions? The Convention 1990, UN Convention 1990, is the convention for migrant workers and their families, and the other ILO convention for the most vulnerable groups, the convention, ILO Convention 190 and 189.
Thank you, Vijayji.
So
Thank you. I can
just
understand
want to know what is the strategies that UNFPA and all the UN organizations, all the donors are investing and applying to protect the rights of the basic human rights of these migrant workers.
Thank you so much, Vijayji. तपाईले एकदमै important question पनि उठाउनु भएको छ. So one last यता अगाडि gentleman, please हजुर उहाँलाई दिनुस् त. Thank you. Please नाम पनि भनिदिनु होला.
Thank you for giving me this opportunity. I am Lubaraj Neopani, working for ROIM Nepal, an organization just working for the human rights defenders, particularly focused to the youth group. It's a very wonderful presentation from all panelists. While talking about the reporting and monitoring on sexual and gender-based violence and the role of NHRIs, so when we look at our Nepalese context, we have seen that all the information, particularly educating the rights of the the survivors, particularly to be very safe and preventative environment. All the informations are quite scattered, quite dispersed. Yes, like the initiative of the local government, the initiative of NHRIs themselves, the initiative of civil society organizations are not streamlined. Like, who are they? What are they doing? Where? And when we talk about the responses also, like when we count the even number of the hotlines. Okay,
if I may, please stick to your question. What is your specific question?
My question is that all the response mechanisms, particularly like let's say the hotline services, yes, that has been provided by some of the NHRIs and some other institutions, they are also quite scattered. They are not streamlined. So what is the role of NHRIs is to streamline or to integrate those kind of the promoting human rights education and the monitoring the very integrated response mechanism as to the sexual and gender-based violence in our country. Thank you. So my question is particularly focused to the maybe just Ms. Sonali can respond or UNFPA can respond to that. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much for indicating the panel member also. So now there are 4 questions. There is a specific question, Young, for you on the migration. हजुर हामी फेरि आउँछौँ म्याडम यो अहिलेको राउन्डलाई wrap up गरौँ यो एउटा राउन्डलाई. So Young, there's a question on the migration if you would like to respond, and then I will come to the next one.
That's the very spot-on question, migration, but not only in the Asia-Pacific issue. Globally, we know that. Globally, entire world is really confused and trying to figure out how to deal with rights of the migrant people. And it's not the first time humans are moving. Humans from thousand years, humans were looking for better opportunity, better living place. We have been moving. But recently it has become the very sensitive issue and a very difficult issue bilaterally or regionally, even globally trying to solve. So this is one issue, definitely UN at the global regional and even the Nepal level, we are working together. In the Nepal IOM, mechanical migration system is the IOM is the right agency among the UN agency. But when it comes to impact and then sexual reproductive health impact or the women's rights issue, obviously other UN agencies like UNFPA and the UN Women's are always brought in. The issue is it's not about migrants, although it is a very, very important contribution to the economy of Nepal, but also demographic changes globally. So a lot of developed, the richer countries are also will require consistently importing people to their own country. And then there is also issue within the developing country, not enough decent paid job is created. So it is pushing again the people to go out to earn money and then sending money back. So it is not just about the bilateral issue, and obviously it is a much more broader issue, we need to deal with it, but also there are another factor like me who married to the another nationality. So in East Asia and then South Asia, already there is many Southeastern Asian women marrying to the Eastern Asian men, and there is a lot of domestic violence issue. So how we understand this migrant trend, and what are the mechanisms and the protection need to be built, and who need to provide what services between the country, within the country is the issue we are coming on. That's why we are already started discussing foreign ministry about enhancing the role of the embassies of Nepal in those countries. But we are also discussing with those hosting, majority of the hosting countries who are actually receiving a lot of Nepalese migrant people as well. But again, what I'm saying is, this is beyond the one or two issue. So global regional cooperation is absolutely critical. And then probably this is one of the issues NHRI in the region really we need to discuss, because no matter what we do, climate change, economic crisis, education, whatever, people are not the people we grew up. We are talking completely different types of the human types, and they are not going to stop traveling if the onset of their own country condition is not meeting. They will continue to travel. This is the issue we need to take up, and we are really welcome for you to be able to come up with some idea. And I'm very sure UN agency in your own country will be able to support you in this regard. But this is absolutely right. Very, very urgent, but sensitive issue. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Young, for this response. There was two questions which is more particularly focusing to the honorable member from Fiji and also for Samoa. So maybe I would like to request from Fiji if you would like to respond on the rights of like how the LGBTQI community's rights protected in your respective country, and also on the reporting mechanism. That the first question from Manjuji from NHRC itself. So if you would like to highlight on that, Madam.
In terms of the LGBT, the rainbow people in Fiji, because they remain invisible in relation to the capturing of these statistics, they actually have taken the initiative and they have formed their own network, the Pacific Sexual and Gender Diversity Network, and the DIVA for Equality, which is Diverse Voices and Action for Equality. The Human Rights Commission work with them closely in terms of workshop. Before I came, I recently attended a workshop where they were heavily represented, and they continue to talk about the kind of prejudice that they suffer from the local community. There are two cases that the Commission had dealt with recently. One, and our chair is sitting here at the top table, you could talk to him later about it, because he was heavily involved in that case. We picked it up from the media about a case of an LGTB member. He was allegedly assaulted to death by members of the community. So the chair himself got quite involved with it. He issued press statements, and then he worked with the police along with our staff members on that case, and also on the transgender who committed suicide. It is alleged using allegedly, because the police are still doing the investigations, because of the online violence. But what happened was they're very crafty, these people on online, so they quickly removed all the data that were very toxic, and that is assumed to have led to him committing suicide. So the Commission is looking into that. In terms of the Constitution, they are protected under the Constitution, but in terms of a specific law in relation to address their problem and certain rights like the right to get married, no such legislation. But their rights not to be discriminated against, because they are essentially a human being like every other human being, that is recognized in the Constitution. But specific rights like marriage, Fiji is a very conservative country, and those kind of rights, I hate to say this, but It raises the blood pressure of those in power. I remember the former Prime Minister saying, if they want to get married, tell them to go to Iceland. Also the religious communities. So at the moment, that is the situation in terms of the law. But I could invite the chair, if you want, he could elaborate further on that. He's sitting right here, if you wish, of course. Is that all? Is that...
Thank you. Thank you for elaborating on that, and it's quite interesting to know. In case of Nepal, it's more, I could say that bit progressive, because it's all protected in the constitution, and also very sensitive judiciary we have. In addition to that, the government stakeholders, of course, their effort has been like, how can we further promote and ensure the effective implementation of the constitutions, where they have already ensured the rights of the sexual and gender minorities. So it's a learning. These plenary discussions, it brings that platform to share about different perspectives. I would like to go to Ms. Rosa, if you can share your perspective on the questions that was raised on the LGBTIQ and also on the reporting mechanism. Please, over to you.
Thank you, Madam. With regards to the LGBT, we share the same perspective with our neighboring island, Fiji. All rights are guaranteed under the Constitution of Samoa. So no one is rejected, no one is neglected. It is guaranteed under the Constitution. In Samoa, however, we do accept the presence of Fa'afafine, transgender, only to the extent we acknowledge and respect their preference. But other areas, I do not wish to go into details, but that's how far Samoa is. We respect, we acknowledge, because they play a huge role within our community, within our families, within our churches, within our local communities. They play a huge and are very instrumental in leadership in every facet of life. In terms of reporting, Samoa's NHRI is mandated to provide an annual status of human rights report to the Parliament. So within those SHRR reports, we identify an issue that is recurring at the time, and then we do a survey and assessment, and then we make a report and make recommendations. One of the thematic one of the issues that we took a thematic approach on our SHRR was on gender-based violence, and that led to the implementation of the first inquiry on family violence. And the report concluded with 39 recommendations, and those 39 recommendations were all supported by the Parliament and have been implemented by the state. And one of the crucial recommendations that came out of it and that is now being implemented is the involvement of parliamentarians in the dialogues on human rights issues. So yes, we do. It's an annual reporting, and it is mandated under our Ombudsman and HRI Act. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Now I would like to go to Sonaliji. There is a specific question on like how or what could be the role of the NHRIs to streamline the different monitoring reporting mechanism, if I have understood the question correctly, or based on what you heard on the question, because that was the indication, a question was indicated to you. So if you would like to respond, and after that I will also come back to other panel members. Over to you.
Thank you, Bindaji. I think the question was so long that I lost what the actual question was while hearing. But in terms of monitoring and how NHRIs are supporting monitoring in terms of SGBV, I guess the panelists who are sitting here and the commissioners who are here are more in a better position to address and respond to that. But just I'll take the opportunity to respond to the other question that was raised in terms of having a mechanism within the Asia region. And I think lots of efforts have been ongoing for years together The one that I know of is the one started by the SARC, and they brought together different national human rights institutions, UN agencies, CSOs to build one, but for one reason or another we could not establish that. And probably this forum is the right forum today to kind of further take this discussion further to then why we need to establish one strong joint mechanism here in Asia. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Maybe just quickly, one point I could share here also, even though I'm a facilitator, I don't know whether this allows me, but in terms of the Nepal's experience, as National Human Rights Commission being one of the, in terms of the establishment, in terms of the work and mandate, has been the lead commission, and there are a number of other national commissions on inclusion, on women, on Madhesi commissions, in the same way, Dalit commissions and all. So there was an effort from the National Human Rights Commission and also bringing in other commissions to develop a joint monitoring mechanism so that if there is any human rights violations, let's say of marginalized women, so from for example, from Dalit community or Madhesi community. So we don't wait for that respective commission to activate, but we have a joint monitoring mechanism so that there is effectiveness, there is we could address the issues strongly. So those kind of mechanisms were initiated in Nepal, and I think that is something which Sunaliji mentioned, to revisit those mechanisms and see how effective has been and what else we could do for the, when we have a huge number of delegates from different countries, and we are listening and learning from each other. So with this, thank you so much for all the responses. I will, we have, of course, in terms of the timing, about half an hour. So I would like to go back on, there are a few hand raised who had asked, who wanted to ask question. So not to make too many, maybe only 3, if I may, and we can always have a discussion during the lunch break also. Yes, madam, please.
Thank you. Me, Rina Rana from National Indigenous Commission. Thank you to all panelists for your excellent presentation and sharing of your ideas. And my query is to Ms. Yong Hwang. On your monitoring report, in your experience, what strategies are being implemented in the practice for the marginalized groups, women mostly, in indigeneity? Are there any strategic, any systemic specialties in strategic for such marginalized women? If so, how are the strategies transformed in action and effect? Thank you.
Thank you so much. My humble request, if you can make your question short so that we could at least cover more. Last ma, हजुर, please. Last ma कसैले mic पुर्याइदिनुहुन्छ? एकजना gentleman wanted to ask. May I request to give a mic, please, at the end? Can I request to please facilitate to give the mic at the end, please?
Thank you.
Thank you.
Finally. So my name is Pravesh Shivakoti. I come from InHURIT International. We work on human rights, environment, and development. It's a huge pleasure and an honor to listen from this distinguished panelists. It was a huge pleasure. My question would be to Commissioner Vuki from Fiji. She mentioned that there are problems in Fiji relating to climate change and gender justice. For example, she said that there's lack of pure water and a relation with menstrual hygiene. So my question would be, there are my two questions. My first question would be, what are the other problems that the Fiji is facing, particularly in regards to climate change and gender justice? And second, my question would be, what steps have the Fiji government taken to address those queries here? Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much. I will humbly request the remaining who had raised their hand for asking a question. I'm just a little bit conscious about the time also. We will take these two questions and go back to the panel members, and we'll see if we can come back in a plenary again. Thank you so much. So there was a specific question to Yong, if I may please.
Thank you very much for the very good question about the participation or the reflection of the needs of the marginalized people in those reports. Not that I can comment that how the NHRIs in every single country are doing it, but I'm very sure in terms of representation of the voices of the marginalized groups, as much as they can, they are doing. The question is more related to the role of NHRI is enough to be perceived as a watchdog, or if we watch and there is some result will come, deliver to the people. That is the biggest issue. So people can be tired of being in the conference, being in the workshop, being recorded, but if they don't receive the result, they are questioning or giving up the hope. So question will be, number one, how are we going to define the participation of those people? Is it just the conference or workshop we need to bring several people from those communities? Or do we need the data? So regularly we do certain survey so they can actually anonymously express their need, and then we have a backup data. Or there has to be any regular communication on a certain issue, but the regularity engaging with those community has to be established in my view, not necessarily only for UPR, not only for the SEDO, etc., etc. And the second part, then, if they are heard, how are we going to empower NHRI to stimulate, support, or criticize? Whatever means is government is actually taking the action, while perpetrator is responding to those requests. The consistent monitoring, number one, consistently updating to the citizen about what is going on, consistent engagement of those government body who is not listening, and the consistent engagement with your parliamentarian, president, wherever forum is, this message consistently, regularly updated and communicated. The issue I can see is one of event, and then this discussion dies off. How we going to ensure NHR will be in the domain of awakening, informing people, this matter has not been resolved, we need your support. So that is the one area we are also going to support the NHR to have consistent, regular monitoring, updating, engagement as reporting to the people.
Thank you. Honorable Vuki, there was a question for you also. So if you could respond to that.
Thank you for that question on the water issue. I hope that I have understood your question correctly. What I can share with you is that 2 years ago, our commission, through the APF Climate Change Project, conducted research to see how climate change was affecting people's lives, including women. And a finding was that displacement affects women more, as they have to figure out how they will find water. Now, with the climate change, I did mention sea level rise, because the Commission has had to work. I think there was a question as well, what is the government doing? The Commission engages in collaboration, team effort with the government. So we had villages that had to be relocated. They could not stay in the original place. So they had to be moved. Obviously, you need government to come in, because the Commission does not have the kind of funding and capacity to do that kind of relocation. But the Commission, when they go out on these projects,
they go also with government people. So while our staff raises awareness, the government people speak to the people about the services and the programs they provide. So that is a collaboration effort. I don't know whether you are satisfied with that answer, whether it is the right answer, but please do let the facilitator know.
Thank you so much for the response. Now, I would like to request each panel member to take a minute or so and share with us like one way forward, like what you would suggest that we could work at the regional or at different levels that will enhance the external works of NHRIs to protect and promote the rights of gender and sexual minorities and other marginalized groups. So if you may wish to start, Sonali.
Thank you, Bindaji. Talking about one is very difficult because I had like a long list. But I think one that I would really want to reiterate is the role of NHRIs in promoting accountability strategies. And for doing so, working with the civil society organizations and moving forward in terms of, the shared learnings on both sides in terms of whether it is protection or promotion of rights, and not only of generic groups, but also of all the marginalized communities in specific. As well as I just also wanted to share that it would be great in terms of partnering with existing alliances that have really worked on addressing and responding to and preventing sexual and gender-based violence, as well as sexual and reproductive health rights. And one thing that has been coming through not only in this panel but also in the previous panels is the follow-up of recommendations of the National Human Rights Institutions. Because we have lots of recommendations, great recommendations, whether it is on a particular single complaint or systemic violation, for instance, one undertaken by NHRC Nepal in terms of Chowpadi, or the CHR Philippines inquiry on women with disabilities. Those recommendations need to be followed up. So if there are very clear strategic action plans to kind of follow these up, I guess I'll stop at that, and that would be very helpful. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Sonali. So, Honorable Vuki, if you may wish to share, yes, one way forward.
Yeah, I think there was a question from a dear lady somewhere in the middle here. She asked whether the NHRIs could come and establish a regional mechanism within the Pacific region. How do you go about doing that? I can only say that within the Pacific region, there is a political body called the Pacific Forum. That body, all the leaders of the South Pacific Island states, including New Zealand and region, they meet together and they make decisions. On the agenda of that body are also human rights issues. Their latest declaration was on the rights of the disability people. So in terms of a regional mechanism to be established in the Pacific region, there is a possibility if the forum as a political body, if the leaders can come together and make a resolution for that body to come about. That is the only way that I can see that being resolved. I can't see any other way, because at the moment, apart from Australia and New Zealand, it's only Samoa and Fiji that have an NHRI. The other island states probably thinking about it. Tuvalu, I hear, has just put up a shell of an NHRI, but it's not running. It's just, I mean, the building is there, I think, but there's no staff, nothing, etc. I don't know the reason, but that's the only way that I can think at the moment when I look at how the region functions. That the regional mechanism will have to be a resolution of the South Pacific Forum. What was the other question? On the gender-based violence, I was thinking as well about a particular study that the Fiji Women's Rights Movement
and their findings came out in 2017. Over a period of time, they looked at the court and the police records. And one of the findings was that males in Fiji are also making complaints on gender-based violence. So the statistics declared that there were about over 5,000 complaints from males suffering gender-based violence. Over the same period of time, the statistics from the female were twice more, were over 12,000 from female suffering gender-based violence. Now, the interesting thing is that I think we need to be aware within the room is that while the males continue to be the dominant perpetrator of violence against women, however, there are the invisible males who also suffer female domestic violence. And I think we need to seriously think about that at all. That is what I thought I'd bring up.
Thank you so much. So, Yong, from your end, any last minute way forward? Thank you.
So, globally, almost 800 women dying every day because they were pregnant or because they were delivering a baby. And Asia-Pacific region is one of the main contributors to those very high level of the maternal deaths, even in 2024. And almost 650 million women are either married before age of 18 or going to marry before age of 18 in 2024. Out of 3.9 billion women in the world, almost 16% of the women still facing child marriage. This is the era of the people are going to the moon or Mars with a private rocket. We are still dealing with this very antiquated situation to really claim the space of the women and girls, but also it is reversely affecting the welfare and the happiness of the many families, and also is reversing the economic gain made through the economic activity. Question is, what is the role of the NHRI in this region? And NHRI capacity, financing, investigation, etc., etc. What is the ideal role of the NHRI and actual institutional arrangement as so-called business model? Do we have the right business model? And it is time for us to also revisit, re-strategize, and expanding the alliance, tap into the different knowledge for you to be able to do your job in 21st century, ever rapidly increasing human rights issue. The issue we dealt yesterday, and you're going to deal with another 100 different issues will arrive, and how we're going to cope with it. So fundamental question is how regional cooperation and also individual government setting, how we're going to make the NHRI model is right and fit to purpose. This is one question we should take forward.
Thank you so much. Now, Ms. Rosa, your turn, please.
Thank you. Well, I think as an NHRI, as an independent body, we should enforce our mandates and strengthen our functions and roles to ensure that we are not just a watchdog, as Sonia have alluded to, but take the leadership in identifying, in addressing, and the leadership in ensuring that there is consistent monitoring and reporting. With monitoring and reporting, there will be recommendations made and ensure that action does happen on the ground. Rather than recommending, but we could have this forum today, in the next 2 years we could have another forum where we'll be singing the same song again. But let's have a different tune onto it. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ms. Rosa. So I think this is a very good time to say thank you so much to all the panel members for sharing the insightful, interesting learnings and their experiences from the respective countries and also based on the work they are involved in. I think we had discussed a lot of areas, a lot of issues. I would not like to summarize because the main responsibility of summarizing it and presenting to the group is also we have Honorable Chair. So it was a pleasure facilitating these sessions, and I hope that the discussion points that we are able to bring in today's plenary will be helpful in designing, and also it will contribute to the declaration that the team is working on, bringing in all the delegates from different parts of the country and also in Nepal. So thank you so much for this opportunity for me providing, and also I would like to thank from my side to all the panel members and also the chair. So now with a humble request to Honorable Chair Maria Muna to summarize the overall discussions, and also if you could shed light on a few of the key recommendations from this panel discussion to the team who are drafting the declaration for this international conference. So thank you so much for this opportunity. Madam, over to you.
All right. Thank you very much. Indeed, it has been a very enlightening engagement here, and then I've heard a lot from different NHRIs and also our development partners as well, and being given our uniqueness individually, we do have similar constraints, as we all know, right? So we understand that we do have financial constraints all over, in all NHRIs. So for first and foremost, I think it is important to note that we have to be having a continuous engagement with our development partners, international partners, in order to gain the required funding, also capacity building in terms of dealing and being very resilient to the issue of gender-based violence and sexual violence as well. And that is one thing we would like to highlight. And coming back to the reporting mechanism, it is very important that there has to be a robust mechanism which is very holistic, where the victims are given the legal aid, they are given the right protection, they are given the right shelters they need, and they're provided with the right support system. So it is a holistic approach that any nation will have to take action towards. And in doing so, I think it is an important role of the NHRI to continuously engage with the state authorities and international partners to ensure that these things are in place. And as very rightly said by my colleague here, that there has to be a effective accountability strategies established within all NHRIs, and also it could be a combined, collaborative mechanism whereby this is further enhanced by strengthening and by also providing capacity building capacity development assistance to the NHRIs, which they actually require. And also looking at coming back to what one of our panelists mentioned, that the advocacy programs we run, or the news, or the challenging issues, or the very horrific stories within our societies, the realities with regards to gender-based violence and sexual violence, these news doesn't reach the youngsters, and they are not aware of it. So we have to come up with new ideas and new, rather technologically advanced mechanisms whereby these information, the advocacy work reach to these young groups who are very, like I would say, indifferent of what is happening until it happens to them. So another important thing for us to do will be to include human rights awareness and gender-based violence and all these topics to some extent within the education system and the curriculum, so that it is not all of a sudden a new thing when they grow up, or which they don't have any idea of. So starting from the beginning, we think that it is important to be included within our education system and the curriculum, so that the children are more aware and more resilient to these issues. And one more thing will be to have in fact, very rightly mentioned by my colleague that with all the right resources and with all the right capabilities and funds, without a good leadership or without the commitment or will from the leadership, there won't be anything happening. So I think it is very important for NHRIs to have a mechanism or standards set within the NHRIs that the new leadership who comes, who takes the chair, will have to undergo certain level of training, so capacity building programs, so that they are sensitized to these issues. Because when we look at the human rights institutions, there are mostly commissioners and chairpersons coming with terms, or rather like full-time or part-time commissioners. So I think not everyone will have the right ideologies or mindset or that exposure. So it is important for NHRIs to have set standards whereby each commissioner or the leadership goes through the certain training programs, which will be very critical in dealing with the issues they face. And also, one more important thing I would just like to highlight, that the Maldives NHRI being the national preventive mechanism, as we are signatory to the CAT Convention and the OPCAT, we have been given certain powers in an extra to an NHRI, because we do look into torture cases of duty bearers, torture acts within, let's say, prisons, and also people and children under state care. So we have always noticed that in prison settings, oftentimes it happens that there is a lot of gender-sensitive issues occurring there, in terms of, if you look at body searches, women are more prone to be violated, rights violation, more prone to be violated in terms of their rights. And so in this regard, women forego, because of these things, women forego certain rights. Like, for example, they will refuse to go out of the prison and then to come back, because there will be strip searches or body searches in this regard. So we have actually issued a lot of recommendations to the state as well, so that in order to establish mechanisms which are less invasive but can be monitored. So these are important things to be noted. And also, like, if you look at there are, since prison centers, prisons are very male-centric, the settings are very male-centric, there's no further accommodation for women who are there, because women are less compared to the male community within the prison. So what happens is, if an inmate is a breastfeeding inmate, there are no set standards or protocols to follow in terms of how to feed the baby and how to be handled and all those things. So I think it is very important to note these things, and we come up with set standards as NHRIs. We deal and we talk to the authority, the states, and the prison regulative authorities, to ensure that these things and standards are set in place to protect women inmates who are in jail as well. So it is a humble request that as NHRIs, we do have a role to push governments to sign the conventions. It is very important that all NHRIs advance their efforts to, if the country is not a signatory to the CAT Convention, it is important that it be signed, so that it will further, protect the rights of our vulnerable groups and women and marginalized groups as well, and also the prison communities and people under state care. So that is also an important thing that has to be noted. All in all, I think it has been a very fruitful discussion, and I think to my ability, I think I have summarized it well and delivered the key messages as we have discussed. Thank you very much. Thank you very much for the opportunity. Once again, thank you.
Thank you, all the panelists, the session chair, and the facilitator. The discussion was a great exchange of ideas on the important issue of protection, monitoring, and promotion of elimination of sexual and gender-based violence. To express our sincere gratitude, we would like to present you with a token of appreciation. I kindly request the session chair, Honorable Mariam Muna, to offer this token of gratitude to all the panelists and the facilitator. I request the chairperson of NHRC Nepal to come forward to present the token of appreciation to Honorable Mariam Muna, the President of Human Rights Commission of Maldives. Before we go for a lunch break, I request the representatives from NHRIs to please give their names so that we can sit for the declaration committee meeting. And there has been a slight change in the meeting time. The meeting will be held at 3:30. I request at least 5 NHRIs representatives to please give their names to me